They have a story of a crucified God, known by several names, including the above, all of which we are told signify Lord second, having reference to him as the second person or second member of the Trinity, as most of the crucified gods occupied that position in the triad of deities constituting the Trinity, as indicated in the language Father, so 7I and Holy Ghost. The Son in all cases being the atoning offering, the crucified Redeemer, and the second person of the Trinity. This god Bali was also called Baliu, and sometimes Bel. The Anacalypsis informs us, Volume I, 257, that monuments of this crucified Savior, bearing great age, may be found amid the ruins of the magnificent city of Mahabalapur, partially buried amongst the figures in the temple. 16 Mitra of Persia, crucified b.C. 600. This Persian god, according to M.R. Higgins, was slain upon the cross to make atonement for mankind and to take away the sins of the world. He was reputedly born on the 25th day of December, and crucified on a tree. It is a remarkable circumstance that two Christian writers, M.R. Faber and M.R. Bryant, both speak of his being slain, and yet both omit to speak of the manner in which he was put to death. And the same with respect to other crucified gods of the pagans. We might note other cases of crucifixion. Davidet of Siam, Ixion of Rome, Apollonius of Tyana in Cap/Doci Carod, are all reported in history as having died the death of the cross. Ixion, b.C. 400, according to Nimrod, was crucified on a wheel, the rim representing the world, and the spokes constituting the cross. It is declared he bore the burden of the world, that is, the sins of the world, on his back while suspended on the cross. Hence he was sometimes called the crucified spirit of the world. With respect to Apollonius, it is a remarkable, if not suspicious, circumstance which should not be passed unnoticed, that several writers, while they recount a long list of miracles and remarkable incidents in this Cappadocian Savior, extending through his whole life, and forming a parallel to similar incidents of the Christian Savior, say not a word regarding his crucifixion. And a similar course has been pursued with respect to Mitra and other sin-atoning gods, including Krishna and Prometheus, as before noticed. By reference to Mackey's Lexicon of Freemasonry, page 35, we learn that Freemasons secretly taught the doctrine of the crucifixion, atonement, and resurrection long anterior to the Christian era, and that similar doctrines were taught in all the ancient mysteries, thus proving that the conception of these tenets of faith existed at a very early period of time. And it may be noted here that the doctrine of salvation by crucifixion had likewise, with most of the ancient forms of religious faith, an astronomical representation, a representation on astronomical symbols. According to the emblematic figures comprised in their altar worship, people were saved by the sun's crucifixion or crossification, realized by crossing over the equinoctial line into the season of spring, and thereby gave out a saving heat and light to the world, and stimulated the generative organs of animal and vegetable life. It was from this conception that the ancients were in the habit of carving or painting the organs of generation upon the walls of their holy temples. The blood of the grape, which was ripened by the heat of the sun, as he crossed over by resurrection into spring, i.e. was crucified, was symbolically the blood of the cross, or the blood of the Lamb. That the world moves in cycles, and that history continually repeats itself, admits of no question, and so from the ruins of one empire rises another, equally as grand, and the teachings of one age are as sure to come to the surface again as the motions of the earth upon its axis will apparently make the sun rise in the east and set in the west. While it makes no difference from whom, whence, or where, originated the truths of the so-called Christian teachings, one thing is certain in relation to the account of the 16 saviors, from Thales down, and that is their teachings belong to the oldest metaphysical philosophies known to mankind and have been known to every epoch of the world's history. These truths must have emanated from some reliable source, since they were embodied in all religious and metaphysical philosophies. If we go back to the first days of Christianity, we shall find the early fathers of the Church turning the old pagan philosophies into new Christian teachings, and that, too, in the very temples wherein had been practiced the ancient pagan rites. During the reign of Constantine, these were readily transformed into sacred edifices for the growing sect of Christians. With slight alterations, these temples were soon adapted to Christian worship, while magnificent statues of Jupiter, with a few sweeping strokes of the chisel and a little plaster, were transformed into God, the Son, or some saint, and a priceless Venus into the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God. Where sounds of old pagan rites and Greek schools of philosophy had vibrated for so many long centuries, were now to be heard the chanting of psalms by monkish priests. The incense which had so long burned upon the altars, in honor of the pagan gods, may still be found swinging in the censers of the Romish Church of today. Again, baptism does not belong exclusively to the Christian Church, nor did it originate with its teachings. For long ages before John the Baptist lived, these rites were universally observed, being a mere relic of the early deathries of the world's history. Its use by the Christians is identical with that of the ancient Egyptian and Babylonian mysteries, a symbol of regeneration and expiation of sin and a purification of the body. In nearly all the mysteries, baptism was considered to be indispensable. Purification of the body, by immersion in some of the sacred rivers, was an actual necessity before the candidate could be received and initiated into the sacred mysteries of India. Christ himself was baptized by John the Baptist in the flowing waters of the river Jordan. The Vedic hymns praise the purifying powers of the sacred rivers of India, and one of the most noted places is at the confluence of the three sacred rivers Jamuna, Ganges, and Sarasvati, at Allahabad. The natives claim three rivers to represent matter, spirit, and life. During my stay at this city, I carefully examined the confluence of the two rivers, Jamuna and Ganges, but could not find the third. I spoke to a Babu about it, when he took me down into an underground chamber of the old ruined palace of Akbar Khan and showed me a little water trickling down the wall and said, "There is the evidence of the Sarasvati." The Zendavesta ascribe extraordinary virtues to the sacred waters of the holy river Ardvijara. The Hindu was purified by immersion in the sacred waters of the Ganges long centuries before Christ, and today the same ceremonies are performed by their descendants in nearly all of the rivers of India as well as the Ganges. The Zarathustrians used pure filtered water for their purifications, in addition to prayers and certain other ceremonies which are preserved and practiced by the Parsis, after the same manner as by their great ancestors, long before Krishna descended upon the plains of India and gave to the people the sublime and beautiful teachings now as old as the world itself. The ceremony of immersion is still practiced as one of the most sacred and inexpressibly beautiful symbols of the purification of the heart by water, as a pledge of tie only which is just, right and true. Christianity most assuredly extinguished the sacrificial fires of the pagans, and she yet built far greater ones in endeavoring to bring the people into the fold of Holy Mother Church. I do not desire to speak against any religion or any philosophy. I only want to show that the teachings of Jesus and all those other saviors had been taught long centuries before Abraham went down into the land of Egypt, and consequently they must have originated from some source. Therefore, if we search very carefully for the source, or fountainhead, of these pure theosophical and philosophical truths, we will find they originated in the land of the Vedas and in the ancient wisdom of India. Many facts impress themselves upon our minds, in taking a survey of all the religions dominating the world in different ages. Their fundamental principles have been the same, though covered in many instances with a mass of rubbish, while the eternal verities remain intact in each, only clothed in different vestments, making them difficult of recognition. Excepting to the initiated, The very identity of these great and glorious truths establishes the fact that each one of the 16 saviors must certainly have been leaders and martyrs of their race, who suffered and died for their love of humanity. That they were members of a brotherhood of great spiritual teachers, who endeavored to restore what a corrupt priesthood had degraded, is to me a positive verity. These teachers were most assuredly helped in their missions by the adepts and members of the inferior degrees, who worked earnestly and faithfully to restore the secret doctrine of the ancient wisdom religion. In like manner were the teachings of Christ, the Master, assisted, the auditors, catechumens, and faithful, during the struggles of the Christian Church against the old pagan philosophies, who was successful in restoring the glorious precepts of the ancient wisdom in Judea, Rome, Egypt, and other places for a few centuries until it finally degenerated into priestcraft and sacerdotalism, when all those profound ethical LDCC LDHC /LLIIZOLDQLD ings of our Master were struck down and replaced by the Holy Inquisition. Masonry, a lineal descendant of the ancient Mystes, conceals within her bosom symbols that will reveal to the student a profound knowledge of the ancient philosophies, older, by far, than the Vedas or the Zendavesta. We have proof positive that these very symbols were designed by the perfect masters and adepts, as a safe and sacred repository for the sublime teachings of the secret doctrine, as well as for the preservation of the royal secret, in order to convey to those generations yet unborn a knowledge of the ancient wisdom and the power of the lost word. People may scoff and laugh at the claims of profound knowledge being contained in our symbols, though they cannot dispute their antiquity and dare not say they were fabricated by the builders of Rome, Greece, or any other special nation, such as Egypt, Chaldea, or Assyria. They are found in all of these countries, being inscribed upon the oldest monuments and statues known to exist in all parts of the world, and have come down to us through the drifting ages from the interior of India, possibly the plains of Gobi, where are to be found today records of a far higher civilization than is apparent in the dawn of this great 20th century. Go back to the distant ages of antiquity and search among the ruined empires of every nation throughout the earth, study their mystic teachings and occult doctrines, each and every one of them, then study the sacred writings of these same people, examine carefully their mystic rites and ceremonies, and you will find proof positive of a secret doctrine running through them all, from the most remote ages to the present day. This secret doctrine is the container and contained of all truths, carefully hidden from the profane, a great and sublime philosophy, the fountain of all truth, the source of all wisdom, the key to all the higher spiritual and intellectual qualifications. The wisdom itself, in fact, permeated all teachings, mystic rites, and ceremonies everywhere, and in all its sublimity and grandeur it is to be found in the glorious symbols of our beloved ancient and accepted Scottish rite. It will, however, require earnest and profound study before the student will be able to obtain the faintest glimmer of their meaning. He must concentrate his mind upon each and every one, and as I have hereinbefore stated, there is to be no jumping from one degree to another, skipping the symbology of those below. He must carefully study each and every symbol and allegory, until thoroughly understood, as presented to him, for the one below is the key to the one above. Like the sublime invocation of the Turanian adept, the meaning does not lie altogether in the symbol. The key must be found before we can thoroughly understand the ineffable wisdom contained in the series that will transcend all we have ever known or dreamed of, and open to our view the great truths taught by the masters in every age. During some of my lectures I have had people come to me and say, "Well, doctor, I enjoyed your talk very much, indeed, but when you spoke of lost civilizations, wisdom, knowledge, etc., I can't believe it. Of course, I can very readily understand the rise and fall of empires, and that upon the ruins of one the foundations of another is laid, but you could never make me believe that the world was ever more civilized or enlightened than it is today, under the light of the new dispensation. You may talk of the Lemurians and Atlanteans as much as you like, but I believe the world of today is just as full of knowledge and wisdom as it ever was, and as to the sinking of those immense continents beneath the ocean, it is the height of absurdity. Now, in answer to JUSTSI, people, let me say this, during a visit to Southern California, to the city of San Jose, in the latter part of the year of 1899, I attended a lecture illustrated by stereopticon views which showed the wondrous beauties of the island of New Zealand, its magnificent rivers, streams, mountains, and the gigantic tree ferns for which this country is noted. In fact, the lecturer, a Maori, a native of the island, and a scholarly gentleman, a graduate of an English college, described to us not only the topographical features of the country, but its flora and fauna, as well as the manners and customs of the natives. After which he threw upon the screen a great number of native chiefs, their sons, wives and daughters, calling our attention especially to the features of the young men and women, whose phrenological development would compare very favorably with our own Anglo-Saxon race, both in beauty of expression and in evidences of a very high order of intellectual development. He told us that he was on a lecturing tour for the express purpose of making money to educate the native children of his country so as to preserve the last remnant of his race. He said he knew that his people were doomed to pass away unless something were done for them. He also said it would be no use to try and raise the moral standard of the old people of his country. The young children, however, could be trained and educated so as to preserve their native characteristics, while living and growing up among the Anglo-Saxons who now dominated his country. He told us that in coming from his country, New Zealand, to the city of San Francisco he had visited quite a number of the islands in both the South and North Pacific Oceans, and on going ashore at the Differ and Islands and Ront he was very much surprised to note that the natives of the various places visited had the same peculiar characteristics as those of his own people. On arriving at the Sandwich Islands he went on shore at Honolulu, where he heard the natives in conversation, and was surprised to find that he could understand every word they said, as they were speaking his own language, with very slight variations, which he described at the time, but I have since forgotten. He said it convinced him that the various islands of Oceanica must at one time have formed a vast continent, and he thoroughly believed the natives of these islands to be lineal descendants of the lost continent of Lemuria. After the lecture, on returning home, I thought considerably on what had been said by the lecturer, and after my meditation I began to realize that knowledge could be lost, just as easily as a man could lose some trifling article out of his pocket. For instance, would it not be possible for a tremendous seismic disturbance to occur, through some cause or another, and the poles of the earth be entirely changed from their present position, and America, with the whole of Europe, suddenly be forced beneath the ocean? Suppose all the civilized portions of the earth were wiped out of existence, submerged with all arts, sciences, philosophies, etc., 1,000 fathoms below the surgeoic ceaseless waves, with all history and record of civilization entirely lost, while from out the depths of the briny deep new continents should reappear, to preserve the equilibrium of the earth's center, giving to the islands of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans their places once again as the serrated peaks of magnificent mountain ranges, upon these various continents, while all that would remain of the lost ones would be the tops of the mountain ranges, forming islands which in many instances would be widely separated one from the other, with possibly here and there a few 100,000 people still in existence, who had been saved in some very extraordinary manner from this terrible cataclysm, this wrecking of a world. The thought of intellectual development would stop right there, man would drop back into the Paleolithic age and self-preservation would be the dominant chord among them. What a tremendous struggle would then take place for a mere existence, and it is self-evident that the civilization which had once been theirs would fall back into traditions and legends, to be handed down from one generation to another. It would grow more misty and hazy, more difficult of comprehension as the drifting centuries rolled along. Civilization would have to begin again with the life of a new race, as it were. After the obliteration of the older people, their children would not be able to understand anything, comparatively speaking, of the wondrous knowledge buried deep beneath the surging waves surrounding their island home. Knowledge would have to be obtained through long and bitter experience. No matter to what point their phrenological development had attained, they would again have to struggle along semi-barbarous paths before reaching any great intellectual development. It is therefore possible for knowledge to become entirely lost, though places may exist wherein may be stored and preserved the knowledge and wisdom pertaining to this lost civilization, as above stated, just as in the plains of Gobi, or Thibet, for it is positively asserted that there in secret places are stored the remains of a far more ancient civilization than our own. No doubt there are thousands of people, millions, who would laugh to scorn this statement, but their laughing does not destroy or alter the fact of its existence. Let me repeat to you right here the apothegm of Narada, the ancient Hindu philosopher, never utter the words, "I do not know this, therefore it is false." Carat pra tum fiatit eakfes asterisk. CBC Register. You're right, Chlber is my name in letters large and bold, Carat Banks, Broadber X Tyler. Now will I unfold my apron a bite. Step this way to TB light, chat all may see how clean it is and fair, 60, that is well. Vow ticket on the square. My apron white. So let me ever wear finding my pleasure in a spotless name, CBC honor of TB Craft's unsullied fame my apron white. Sydney Freemason. Chapter 15. The Golden Fleece Roman Eagle Masonic Apron, what it teaches. In this chapter, my dear friends and brothers, let me call your attention to the ceremony of the investiture of the lambskin, or the white leather apron, the badge of a Mason, one of the most profound and deeply interesting symbols in Masonry, and one that is pregnant with occult meaning, one that demonstrates the ancient occult axiom of the Delphic oracle, know thyself. When first our neophyte is invested with that most sublime emblem, the apron, he is told that it is more ancient than the golden fleece or Roman eagle, and that it is more honorable than the star and garter, etc., etc. Now among all those who have been so told and so invested, how many are there who understand anything at all about the golden fleece and Roman eagle, or the honor pertaining to the star and garter? I will venture to say, that not 1 in 1,000 knows anything at all about either one or the other, and still less of the profound symbology that is contained in the badge of a Mason, the white leather apron. Therefore, in order that you, my dear brothers of all rights, may be enabled to thoroughly understand something about these various subjects, I will write upon them for your especial edification. In Grecian mythology we find that Athamas, the son of the king of Thessaly, married Nephele, the cloud goddess, by whom she had a son Phrixus, and a daughter Helle. Some time afterward he fell in love with and married a mortal called Ino. This act of Athamas in taking to wife a mortal aroused intense jealousy in the heart of Nephele, and consequently she visited the earth with a drought, which Ino endeavored to avert by sacrificing her stepson, Phrixus, upon the altar of Zeus Laphystius, through an oracle that she pretended to have received. But Nephele, the mother of Phrixus, who was watching over him, sent him a ram, with a golden fleece, so that both himself and sister Helle might be enabled to make their escape from their vindictive and treacherous stepmother, who sought to destroy them. Phrixus and his sister now make their escape from Thessaly upon the ram, but during their flight through the air Helle fell off and was drowned in the waters below, and the place wherein she fell has ever since bore the name Hellespont. Phrixus arrived safely at the city of Colchis, where he offered the ram as a sacrifice to Zeus as the aider of flight, Zeus Phixius, and he made a present of its golden fleece to King Asides, who hung it upon an oak in the sacred grove of Ares, the son of Zeus by Hera, the Greek name for the god of war, and which the Romans called Mars. Asides gave Phrixus his daughter Chalciope to wife, by whom he had 2 sons, whom he named Cydozorus and Argus, both of whom he eventually sent back to his home. Cydus' 5 Rus saved the life of his grandfather Athamas from being sacrificed, and Argus built the ship Argo, which was named after him. This vessel was the celebrated ship that carried the Argonauts in their glorious expedition to recover the Golden Fleece, under the leadership of Jason. They eventually accomplished their purpose by the help of the king's daughter, Medea, who was in love with Jason. The account of this Argonautic expedition is well worth reading, as it will give you a good account of the recovery of the wonderful Golden Fleece. The Order of the Golden Fleece was founded by Philip II, the Good, Duke of Burgundy, on the loath day of January, in the year 1429, on the occasion of his marriage with the Infanta, Isabella of Portugal. This order was originally composed of 31 members, all of whom were gentilomnes de Tomiti, Tarmes sans reproche the office of Grand Master passed to the House of Habsburg in 1477, with the acquisition of the dominions of Burgundy and the Netherlands. In 1516 Pope Leo X consented to increase the number of the knights, including the sovereign, to 52, but at the present day the statutes have been changed and the sovereign is allowed to create J/UST as many knights as he may deem wise, providing they be Catholics and are of noble birth, but in the case of a nobleman of the Protestant belief a papal sanction would have to be given before he could be legally installed or created a knight. After the accession of Charles V, in 1555, the Spanish-Dutch line of the House of Austria remained in possession of the order, and in the year 1700 the Emperor Charles IV and also Philip of Spain both claimed the right to dominate the order. The Emperor Charles IV carried away the archives of the order to Vienna, where their inauguration was solemnized in most magnificent splendor in the year 1713. At the same time Philip V of Spain claimed to be the legitimate head of the order, and as Grand Master he protested against the pretensions of the Emperor Charles IV. They wrangled a long time between themselves until the other powers interfered, when it was mutually or tacitly agreed that both powers should have and hold their right to the name, and that there should be two orders of the Golden Fleece, known as the Spanish and the Austrian. The decoration of the order is a golden ram pendant by a ring which passes around its middle, and hangs from a jewel of very elaborate design, with beautiful enameling in different colors and the whole of which is suspended from the collar of the order. Its motto is, Pretium non 6W, not to be condemned is the reward of labor, and the festal day is St. Andrews. I have not only given you an account of the mythological idea of the Golden Fleece, but also a description of the origin of an order of knighthood of the same name, which I hope will prove of interest to my very dear brothers and friends. I place a very high value on ancient mythology, and I really believe that every intelligent man and brother who has not had the pleasure of reading Bacon's Essays and Wisdom of the Ancients, should most assuredly do so at their earliest convenience, for each and all will find a very great amount of wisdom contained in the explanations of those so-called fables or mythological ideas of the ancient Greeks and Romans. More ancient than the Roman eagle. Yes, the badge of a Mason is far older than the so-called Roman eagle, because the Roman eagle came into existence just before the Cimbrian War and previous to the commencement of the Christian era. We learn from Xenophon and other ancient authorities, that the eagle, with its wings displayed, represented the standards of the Persians, long before the Roman eagle was even dreamed of, or Rhea Silvia fed the sacred fire upon the altar of Alba, and there is no question in my mind but that the Persians took this emblem from the ancient Assyrians, who most assuredly carried it as their especial ensign, upon whose banners and staffs it appeared until imperial Babylon, queen city of the world, with her conquering armies bowed their mighty heads beneath the yoke of Cyrus, from whom, no doubt, he borrowed this glorious emblem, the golden eagle with extended wings, and placed it upon his own standards, as an emblem of victory over his enemies. An eagle stripped of its feathers was carried upon the staffs and standards of the ancient Egyptians as their ensign, while the Aegides or Ptolemies carried as their ensign the head of a white eagle, stripped, so you see that the Roman eagle is of mere modern origin compared to its antiquity among those more ancient empires of the world, for we find it in all ages, in every ancient nation as a emblem holding one of the most exalted places in their mythologies. In a great many nations this glorious bird was held sacred to the sun, and we find a great many references made to it in the Bible. Like various other symbols it is lost in the hoary ages of antiquity, and like the cross and swastika, it belongs to no special age of the world's history, but the Roman eagle, that is very different, for the name itself shows from whence it originated. In the year B.C. 155, Canes Marius, a farmer's son, was born at Arpinum, the birthplace of Cicero, and became, through his own individual exertions, one of the ablest generals of his day, and just before the Cimbrian War he consecrated the eagle, with extended wings, to be the Roman standard, at the same time doing away with the wolf, horse, and the boar, that had preceded it, and thus the Roman eagle was carried at the head of every legion of the Roman Empire throughout the world. From that time forward it was known through all the wars of that empire as the Roman eagle or Rome and her eagles carried, because before her mighty legions and cohorts this king of birds was displayed, and victory came to those sturdy warriors who fought under the outstretched pinions of their glorious Roman eagle. The eagle was adopted by our own country in the year I-7-3, and now bears upon her back the dominant coin of the world, the almighty dollar, found in every country upon the face of the earth. The little Corporal Napoleon I adopted the eagle in the year 1804. It was superseded by the iris, or fleur-de-lis in 1815, and it was again restored by Napoleon III in 1852. The founding of secular chivalric orders originated during the time when Europe was in continued warfare among the different powers that dominated that continent, in imitation of the various ecclesiastic orders that preceded them. These orders were founded by the reigning sovereigns of the different countries for the express purpose of drawing into more friendly relations and union their prominent knights and soldiers, so as to ally them, one with another, and at the same time for the purpose of rewarding those who had performed some special service to their king or their country, or to anyone whom the sovereign wished to especially honor, as a mark of esteem, with a special distinction. In this way he drew them nearer and closer to him as sworn friends and companions. Standing at the head of all the great orders of knighthood which still maintain their pristine reputation is that of the most noble order of the Garter that was founded by King Edward III, of England, about the middle of the 14th century. It is very difficult to state the exact date of the founding of this order for the simple reason that the original records were lost, and consequently the date is uncertain. The origin of this order was, according to the legend pertaining to it, as follows: King Edward III found a garter that had been dropped by the Countess of Salisbury at a ball. He stooped, picked it up and placed it around his leg, near the knee. His courtiers observing the act looked with questioning eyes at the king, when he responded to their looks by saying, Honi soit qui mal ypcnse carat, evil be to him who evil thinks, or as some translate it, shamed be he who thinks evil of it. To this finding of a garter the foundation of this noble order is ascribed, and the distinguishing insignia, unlike other orders, is not the badge or collar, but the garter itself, consisting of a blue ribbon of velvet, edged with gold, having a golden buckle, worn upon the left leg of the gentleman, but when the sovereign is a woman it is always worn by her upon the left arm, and near the elbow. The badge called the George, or Great George, is a representation of a figure of St. George in the act of killing the dragon, suspended from the collar of gold, composed of 26 coiled garters, connected together with links of a beautiful design. The lesser George is worn pendant from a blue ribbon over the left shoulder, which is an 8-pointed star, silver, having the cross of St. George in the middle, while around it is the garter itself, on which is inscribed the motto of the order. In the year 1344, on the 19th day of January, it was placed under the protection of God, the Virgin Mary, St. George of Cappadocia and St. Edward the Confessor. The vesture of the order consists of a mantle of blue velvet, lined with white silk, with a hood and short tunic of crimson velvet, a black velvet hat, surmounted with a plume of white ostrich feathers, in the center of which is a tuft of black hair and feathers. Its members originally consisted of the sovereign, the Prince of Wales and 25 knight companions, but it is now open to such other English princes and foreign sovereigns as are entitled to the honor. The usual number of knights were about 50, all of whom were elected by the knight companions themselves, but now they are appointed by the reigning sovereign. The white leather apron. The most profound philosophical secrets of Masonry have been hidden in her symbols, wherein are to be found the deepest and most sublime truths known to the ancient mystic philosophers of every age. No matter to what part of the world we force our investigation, we shall find a series of symbols in each end. Every one of them as old as the world itself, symbols that contain the most subtlerly and profound metaphysical and theosophical truths known to man. A knowledge of which will enable the student to come to an understanding of himself and his own potential forces latent within his heart, which will draw him closer to his God, purify his morals, vat his soul, and unfold to his view the sublime truths contained in the secret doctrine. It will initiate him into the wisdom of the ancient mysteries and enable him to understand the teachings of Buddha, Zarathustra, Hermes, Confucius, Pythagoras, Orpheus, Socrates, Plato, in fact all the ancient philosophers of every age, who taught their pupils and followers a knowledge of God, man, and nature, through a glorious symbology. These early philosophers threw aside all dogmas and creeds and awakened the dormant intellectual qualifications of their students by song, symbols, and impressive exhibitions, which aroused their imagination and brought into use the latent faculties of thinking for themselves. Now, my dear brothers and friends, I desire that each and every one of you shall have aroused within yourselves these latent faculties of understanding now dormant within you, faculties that will enable each and every one of you to thoroughly comprehend those sublime and glorious symbols that permeate our beloved fraternity, so that you may live to learn to know and meditate upon those profound metaphysical, philosophical, and theosophical emblems that we see in every degree of our beloved Scottish Rite. It is a duty we owe to ourselves and our fellow man and brother to earnestly study, until we thoroughly comprehend the profound philosophy which permeates our beloved fraternity. In comprehending the full depth of its sublime teachings, we shall realize that it is our duty to enlighten and instruct our brother by the wayside, by showing him not only their ineffable beauties, but to point out the path which will lead him on to a knowledge of himself and higher planes of spiritual unfoldment. The white apron. I want no fleece of gold. The symbol of fabled, fruitless quest, to wear such now were but an idle jest, worn out and old. Give me no eagle Roman, type of dominion, badge of servitude, no emperor rules here, however good, he is but human. No garter, and no star of old world rank and wealth, the symbols these, a pompous show the multitude to please, leave such afar. No prince or potentate shall ever place his order on my breast, I would not choose to kneel at his behest or on him to wait. I serve no sceptered king, I know not how to crouch at others' feet, it is not thus, I trow, that masons meet my apron bring. This lambskin, soft and white, means brotherhood whitlie neither guile nor strife, means single-hearted purity of life, our actions right. Sydney Freemason. The Masonic apron worn in the Blue Lodge should be made from a pure, unspotted white lambskin, for white in every country and in every age has ever been an emblem of innocence and purity. In consequence of this fact, Masonry has ever preserved this color and emblem from time immemorial. It has been used from the threshold to the summit of each and every degree of our most illustrious fraternity. The symbol of a perfect square surmounted by a triangle is far older than the Babylonian or Egyptian mysteries, and a knowledge of this most profound symbol will instruct and lead us on to the true meaning of the wise exhortation of the Delphic oracle *noiv t/esol/y. The white leather apron should be free from all garniture or device of any kind. It should never be substituted by silk, satin, fine linen or any other rich material, neither should it be decorated with rosettes or gold and silver trimmings, but just a simple, plain white lambskin, with no distinctive decoration upon it. The only distinguishing feature about it should be the manner in which it is worn. The neophyte, on being invested with this sublime symbol, is taught to wear it with the bib or triangle fully displayed above the square, while in the second degree we find that the descent has been made and the apron, as now worn, represents a perfect square. In the next degree the ascent begins and we find the left-hand corner of the apron changed, thus demonstrating to the aspirant that the higher spiritual forces are beginning to dominate the lower animal propensities within, thus entirely changing the shape of the apron from the square to the triangle. Now as the candidate advances into the higher degrees there are certain colors and decorations placed upon the apron, as distinguishing marks, and these various devices and decorations are always symbolical of the profound teachings that underlie the beautiful and profitun ceremonies. Masonry is a progressive science, and after the knee of 3-carat he has demonstrated that he has thoroughly learned the first lesson taught and smiley face, mx/UJZNQRLLIN, QQLLN 07 carat high underscore LNZ 01 dash carat HL1 HH underscore LHJ is keeping his promise, by endeavoring, with all his will and energy to subdue his passions and improve himself in masonry, then and then only, is he permitted to place a distinguishing mark upon the spotless emblem by wearing it according to the ancient customs of the fraternity. The Masonic apron is composed of a square and a triangle. The first represents the lower quaternary or animal man, while the triangle with the point turned upwards, as in the entered apprentice degree, represents the upper triad, the imperishable part of man. Man is a sevenfold evolving human being, whose physical body is composed of a mass of living elemental units, that are vibrating within their cells, ever coming and going, continually changing, but ever preserving the body in the self-same mold, or form, that it received from the Hiranyagarbha and Tabic elementals. The 7 principles of man are in their exoteric classification, ist. The physical body. 2d the astral body. 3d the life principle. 4th. Kama. 5th. Manas. 6th. Buddhi. 7th. Atma. The order in which I have named the principles is from matter to spirit. We will now consider these various principles and write upon them, so that you, my dear friends and brothers, be enabled to understand the true meaning that underlies the profound symbology of the Masonic apron. The physical body man, and first of the 7 principles contains within itself all the various organs necessary for the development of the other principles and its own existence, and is built of the self-same material as all the other forms that are manifest to our physical senses, and is what the Hindu calls prakriti or matter. Now this prakriti that goes to make up the physical body of man is the very same kind of spit that builds the waving corn, the rippling brook, the meadow, and the mountain, the grasses of the field, or the dust and stones that we tramp beneath our feet. All are alike, and there is no difference between the material molecules of the animal or vegetable, mineral or man. They are all alike in essence, and the only differentiation between them is their shape, for the molecules that go toward the upbuilding of one form are chemical compounds that are to be found in all others. Both the animal and the vegetable kingdom are intimately related, one to the other, and whatever the plant has selected from the darkness of the earth or the surrounding atmosphere, is transferred and assimilated by man, and the self-same atoms manifesting themselves in the molecular forms of the animals and vegetables of bygone ages, are the very same kind of cells vibrating in the organisms of our own bodies today. The molecule has in it the 7 principles, in their prakritic manifestations. As man, as a whole, contains every element that is found in the universe, and as there is nothing in the macrocosm that is not in the microcosm, so every molecule is, in its turn, the mirror of its universe, man. It is this which renders man alone capable of conceiving the universe on this plane of existence. He has in him the macrocosm and the microcosm. Man's physical body has its 7 aspects, each aspect representing a principle, then each of these has its own 7 subdivisions, each subdivision in its turn representing a principle, and we have the 49 fires as seen in the pH3-sical body. It is because of this intricate correspondence, carried out in every detail, that men will ultimately be able to come into contact with every realm of being in the universe. Man may be studied from the various aspects above mentioned to a very great advantage by the student who is searching for more light and a knowledge of himself, because each aspect represents a different principle, and, therefore, in his studying those different aspects or principles he will discover that his consciousness will function on these various aspects or planes of existence, states, or conditions of being. If he has aroused their latent forces and made them active and subservient to his will, then he can pass from one plane to another and function upon just as many as he has brought into activity. There are not many men who can function upon all planes, but the potentiality of being enabled to do so is latent within every man. Annie Besant explains consciousness working on different planes very nicely in her 7 Principles, pages 6 and 7, wherein she says, a man may be conscious on the physical plane, that is in his physical body, feeling hunger and thirst, the pain of a blow or a cut. But let the man be a soldier in the heat of battle and his consciousness will be centered in his passions, his emotions, and he may suffer a wound. Without knowing it, his consciousness being away from the physical plane, acting on the plane of passions and emotions, when the excitement is over, consciousness will pass back to the physical, and he will feel the pain of his wound. Let the man be a philosopher, and as he ponders over some knotty problem he will lose all consciousness of bodily wants, of emotions, of love and hatred, his consciousness will have passed to the plane of intellect, he will be abstracted, drawn away from considerations pertaining to his bodily life and fixed on the plane of thought. Thus may a man live in these several conditions, one part or another of his nature being thrown into activity at any given time, and an understanding of what man is, of his nature, of his powers, his possibilities, will be reached more easily and assimilated more usefully if he has studied along these clearly defined lines, than if he be left without analysis, a mere confused bundle of qualities and states. According to the exoteric teachings of the ancient Egyptians, man was composed of 4 principles, ist, the physical body, and the ka or astral body, third, the bi or ba, or the soul, fourth, the ku or luminous spark, the God in man, see chap 13 of this work. J. Man, according to the Christian idea, is composed of body, soul, and spirit, and yet, I am very sorry to say, that there are but very few who know the difference between the soul and the spirit, and in fact I believe this division into body, soul, and spirit, has been kept separate from the general teachings of Christianity, because a careful investigation of the threefold division would simply prove that instead of 3, there would be found 7. Teak astral body or Lingashariya is the second of the 7 principles of man. It is composed of a far more subtle matter than that of the physical body, and is not perceptible to our ordinary senses, as it is made up of ivestral matter, a substance that is just beyond our physical senses. Although clairvoyants are enabled to see these bodies and describe them to us, but we ourselves are unable to do so, because the matter of which they are composed is in a finer state than we can see or feel. The Linga Sharira is the exact duplicate of the physical body, like the Ka of the ancient Egyptians, described in chap 13 of this work. It is often seen at spiritualistic meetings in so-called spirit manifestations or materializations, and in order that my readers may be enabled to understand the modus operandi of the spirit manifestations, I will say, the Linga Sharira is the vehicle of the life forces for the physical body and draws from the great ocean of Jiva the prana to support the body. It gathers up the necessary properties from the surrounding kingdoms to give its counterpart, the physical body, the necessary life forces and energy for its continued existence. Life cannot pass immediately and directly from the subjective to the objective, for nature passes gradually from sphere to sphere, overleaping none. The linga sharira serves as the in-term diary between prana and the sthula sharira, physical body, drawing life from the ocean of jiva and pumping it into the physical body as prana. For life is in reality divinity, Parabrahman, the universal deity. But in order that it may manifest on the physical plane, it must be assimilated to the matter of that plane. This cannot be done directly, as the purely physical is too gross, and thus it needs a vehicle, the linga sharira. If we should desire to investigate spirit manifestations, we should go to some good spirit medium and watch very carefully the whole proceedings. The first thing we notice will be the medium going through a series of peculiar convulsive movements and twitchings of the various parts of the body, which very soon cease and the medium remains perfectly passive. Now, if we place our finger upon the medium's pulse, we shall find it gradually dropping, and we will soon begin to realize that the life forces are leaving the physical in order to vitalize the linga sharira or astral body of the medium, which may now be seen oozing out from the left side of the body, in the shape of a grayish-violet colored vapor, that will gradually form itself into a duplicate of the medium's body, feature for feature, and if left undisturbed will stand beside the medium, attached to the body by a very slender thread. If one goes to this meeting for the purpose of seeing some loved one who has passed away, and if there should be no one present among the audience with a stronger will force than theirs, they will be enabled to mold the plastic astral bod of the medium into any form they may desire, and all those who are present will recognize the various forms as they are molded by the will power alone. In proof of this fact, let me quote you from Annie Besant's 7 Principles, page 13. The linga sharira plays a great part in spiritualistic phenomena. Here again the clairvoyant, seeing on the astral plane, can help us. A clairvoyant can often see the linga sharira oozing out of the left side of the medium, and it is this ethereal double which often appears as the materialized spirit, easily molded into various shapes the thought currents of the sitters, and gaining strength and vitality as the medium sinks into a deep trance. The Countess Wachtmeister, who is clairvoyant, says that she has seen the same spirit recognized as a near relative or friend by different sitters, each of whom saw it, according to his expectations, while to her own eyes it was the mere double of the medium. So again H.P. Blavatsky told me that when she was at the Eddy homestead, watching the remarkable series of phenomena there produced, she deliberately molded the spirit which appeared into the likeness of persons known to herself and to no one else present, and the other sitters saw the types she produced by her own will power, molding the plastic astral matter of the medium's linga sharira. And this principle, in the form that we now find it as the duplicate of the medium's physical body and separated from it, is devoid of consciousness and perfectly senseless on the phjasical plane, although it contains the real organs of our senses. I have spoken of this principle as the center of sensation chapter X of this work. There is one thing I wish readers to thoroughly understand, and which is that the ethereal double, and in fact quaternary man, is composed of molecules that are ensouled by atoms, while the upper triad is atomic, containing all the potential forces of the lower principles and at the same time all the higher spiritual forces that belong exclusively to Atina Budgi Manas. I have already given 3OU an account of the death of the physical body in chapter X, but here let me give you an idea of what death means for this ethereal double. The second principle of man, the phjasical and the ethereal body are both on the same plane, and are both molecular in their constitution. They are interdependent one to the other, therefore death to the phjasical bod means the destruction of the other. Just before death occurs, the ethereal counterpart oozes forth from the left side of the physical body, in the manner described above, and when the last breath has been drawn and death claims it, the thread that links the two together has broken, and those who are watching exclaim, "He is dead." The ethereal double, now freed from its physical counterpart, still remains with it, hovering around in its immediate neighborhood, just as the ka of the ancient Egyptians, as already described, or as ghosts are often seen by people, either in the graveyard or near the vault wherein the body has been deposited. It is very often seen revisiting the chamber where the death occurred and thus continues to act until the physical body disintegrates and becomes the dust of the earth. Just as fast as the physical body decays and passes away, the ethereal double fades out with it until all that remains of either is faint glimmering violet-colored lights hovering over the graves of the dead, only seen by clairvoyants. Before finishing on the Linga Sharira, I desire that you, my dear readers, should know that every principle has its 7 aspects, as I have hereinbefore stated, but, in addition to this, every cell and organ in the body has its 7 component parts, and the principles are related in themselves to some special organ of the body. The spleen belongs especially to the second principle, and like all the others, have their correspondences not only in every cell but in all the great organs of the body. For instance, the brain is the center of intellectual consciousness, having 7 divisions, each one of which corresponds to one of the 7 principles of the human body / and 3 et as a whole corresponds to psycho-intellectual man. This assertion or statement is a positive fact and proves the great truth that every molecule is a mirror of the universe, and every microcosm the mirror of a macrocosm. The life principle, prana, is the third of the 7 principles. Everything that exists in the cosmos is bathed in an ocean of jiva, or life, and every form that we see around us, is permeated with its essence. The earth itself and all the stars glittering in the infinitude of space, are immersed in this great ocean. But that portion of jiva that is in man, and which permeates his whole being, is strictly speaking, prana, or the breath of life. It is what the Hebrew calls nefesh and w at overbirth is breathed into our nostrils with \h and fourth princy. Ple, and these two blended together, constitute the vital spark, giving instinctual life to both animal and quaternary man. Prana is an infinitesimal portion of the great ocean of jiva, manifesting itself in molecular forms, and the Linga Sharira is the upadi or vehicle through which this principle acts. H.P. Blavatsky defines this vehicle as, upadi means that through which a force acts. The word vehicle is sometimes used to convey the same idea. If force be regarded as acting, matter is the upadi through which it acts. Thus the lower manas is the upadi through which the higher can work, the Linga Sharira is the upadi through which prana can work. The Sthula Sharira, physical body, is the upadi for all the principles acting on the physical plane. Nature is all one piece, and yet a unity, expressed in variety. All her changing differentiations and most extraordinary manifestations originate from the same source. Rock, plant, animal, and man have the same life, differing only in degree, but the force is not so distinct in the lower as it is in the higher forms. A dog has the same life as the collar he wears upon his neck, or the house that shelters him from the sun or rain, for the simple reason that there is only one life and every thing is bathed in it, but in the dog it is manifested in a different manner from the collar, or the house, on account of their organic structure. All is life, and every atom of even mineral dust is alive, though beyond our comprehension and perception, because it is outside the range of the laws known to those who reject occultism. Nature streams in one continuous flow from the absolute. Every individual atom, even of her chaos, is permeated by an adequate mind. Every atom has its life and guiding directing force or energy. Life is stratified, and but dimly sensed in the mineral and stone, and yet every particle of both mineral and stone are in a state of active vibration. It is filled with motion in the plant, and stands upon the boundary of instinct, while in the animal we find it filled with instinctual life and standing upon the very threshold of reason, but in man we find the intellectual and truly spiritual dominating the animal propensities, which, with his reasoning faculties fully aroused, he can step across the threshold, lift the veil and stand within the presence of his God. In him are the potential forces that will make him the highest being in nature's evolutionary processes. He has climbed from out the dust of the earth upon every rung of the ladder of life. His body has been built from the bones and sinews of all below him, he has fed on all things, and existed in all forms from primordial matter to intellectual man. The gases concentrate their forces in him, the very wind, rain, storm, and sunshine hold him in solution. One of our most eminent scientists said, he knows of ox, mastodon, bird, and plant, because he has just come out of them, and part of the eggshell still adheres the plowman, the plow and the furrow, as well as the flowers and fruits of the field, the trees and the sunshine, which invigorates and stimulates growth, are all of the same stuff. Prana or life circulates throughout the physical body by way of the arteries and veins, impregnates every corpuscle with its life-giving forces or energy, and reaches every part of the body in order to vivify and strengthen it, the heart being the medium through which it acts, compelled to action by the Linga Sharira, which is the vehicle of these pranic elements, the devourers, which build up and destroy the human body. It passes through the arterial system in all its wonderful ramifications, back through the veins into the heart and lungs again, and is continually forcing renewed life and energy through all parts of the body. Kama, or the desire body, is the fourth of the 7 principles and completes our quaternary man, the emblem or symbol of which is the lower part of the badge of a mason, a square. It, Kama, is often called the animal soul. This principle contains all our emotions and passions, such as love, anger, hate, jealousy, sexual desire, etc., all of which belong to the kamic plane. This principle is dual in its nature, for it has a desire for good and a desire for evil. It is continually lusting after things in order to gratify its animal passional nature and propensities. What is known as desires of the body have their origin in Tikatite, for thought occurs before the desire is formed. But this subject will be treated in the next principle, manas. When evil tendencies and impulses have been thoroughly impressed on the physical nature, they cannot be at once reversed. The molecules of the body have been set in a kamic direction, and though they have sufficient intelligence to discern between things on their own plane, t.e. to avoid things harmful to themselves, they cannot understand a change of direction, the impulse to which comes from a higher plane. If they are too suddenly and too violently forced into a reverse action, madness or death will result. The kama during life does not form a body, quickly can be separated from the physical body. It is intermolecular, answering molecule for molecule to the physical body and inseparable from it molecularly. Thus it is a form, yet not a form within the physical body, but incapable of being projected outward as a form. This is the inner, or astral man, in whom are located the centers of sensation, the psychic senses, and on whose intermolecular rapport with the physical body all sensation and purpose of action depends. At death, every cell and molecule gives out this essence, and from it with the dregs of the Hiranyagarbha is formed, the separate Kamarampa, but this can never come during life. With Kama we have built up quaternary man, the animal pregnant with instinct, but devoid of reason. It is simply a brute, as it were, that dwells in the house that has been fitted up for the indwelling of the mind. It is now simply the personality, although a perfect anti-carrot, for it has a body with its ethereal double, its life, animal soul, and all the passions and desires of the lower animal, with just enough sense or instinct to eat. When it is hungry, seek shelter from the rain or storm, and yet, with all its instinctual nature fully aroused, it is only an animal. It has no intellectual reasoning faculties and can never develop above the animal, until its lord and master, the divine thinker, enters fully into the house that has been prepared for it, and by its presence makes it man, and gives it both mind and will. Manas, the thinker or mind, is the fifth of the 7 principles. In reaching the upper triad and manas we come to one of the most difficult and complicated of the principles to understand, more especially is this so of lower manas, which we will consider as a principle in order to study its workings in the lower quaternary. One of the most important points about the lower manas is to comprehend the relationship existing between it and the higher. Manas is a Sanskrit word and comes from man, the root of the verb to think, and in this we will call manas the thinker, instead of mind, because this fifth principle is the reincarnating ego, the immortal, individual man, that is described in the Voice of the Silence page 31, in the exhortation addressed to the neophyte for initiation, have perseverance as one who doth for evermore endure. Thy shadows, personalities, live and vanish, that which is in thee shall live for ever, that which in thee hios, for it is knowledge, is not fleeting life, it is the man that was, that is, and will be, for whom the hour shall never strike. Madame H. P. Blavatsky gives a very clear description of this in the Key to Theosophy, page 1s3-4, try to imagine a spirit, a celestial being, whether we call it one name or another, divine in its essential nature, yet not pure enough to be one with the all, and having, in order to achieve this, to so purify its nature as to finally gain that goal. It can do so only by passing individually and personally spiritually and physically through every experience and feeling that exists in the manifold or differentiated universe. It has, therefore, after having gained suckly experience in the lower kingdoms and having ascended higher and still higher with every rung on the ladder of being, to pass through every experience on the human planes. In its very essence it is thought, and is therefore called in its plurality Manasaputra, the sons of the universal mind. This individualized thought is what we theosophists call the real human ego, the thinking entity imprisoned in a case of flesh and bones. This is surely a spiritual entity, not matter, and such entities are the incarnating egos that inform the bundle of animal matter called mankind and whose names are manasa or minds. But once imprisoned, or incarnate, their essence becomes dual, that is to say, the rays of the eternal divine mind, considered as individual entities, assume a two-fold attribute which is a, their essential inherent characteristics, heaven-aspiring mind higher manas, and b, the human quality of thinking, or animal cogitation, rationalized, owing to the superiority of the human brain, the akarat, w, 7 tending or lower manas. One gravitates toward buddhi, the other tending downward, to the seat of passions and animal desires. Now the house, quaternary man, that has been slowly built up for this personal ego, does not fully receive its glorious tenant at birth, like the breath of life, kamaprana, the personality is not individualized until the child has reached the 6th or 7th 3 year of its age. But after that time our thinker dons his coat of skin and then he or she is held morally responsible for all their acts in thought or deed, and passes under the law of karma, before which period, even according to the canon of the church and law, no child is deemed responsible. In the Greek Eastern Church no child is allowed to go to confession before the age of 7, after which he is considered to have reached the age of reason. Manas itself is a pure ray of divine light from the world soul, in which there is no differentiation. It belongs to a higher plane than the gross molecular matter composing the form of quaternary man, and consequently cannot manifest in the physical body. In order that it may be enabled to do so, manas becomes dual by evolving a ray from its own divine light, clothing itself with astral matter and entering into the human tabernacle, and thus becoming lower manas, whose vehicle is the brain. Its subdivisions correspond and are the organs of the subdivisions of the thinker, and the convolutions of the cerebral hemisphere are shaped by the action of thought, which is being continually changed into far more complicated convolutions by the thinker himself. It is lower manas that transforms animal man into the thinking, reasoning, human being. Our thinker has now reincarnated, clothing itself in a new personality, and in doing so has taken upon itself the sting of death, for this descent of spirit into matter is the metaphysical, theosophical, and philosophical conception of death. The very fact of it having passed into another personality brings with it a second death, and that is the death in Kamaloka, or at least that particular portion of it which remains in the Kamarupa, for just as soon as death takes possession of the physical body and this incarnation is finished, Kama-manas withdraws itself from the body and clothes itself with astral matter, that will have a conscious existence on this plane for a period of 150 years. At the end of this period, all of the unsullied portions of the I-manasic ray has disentangled itself from the Kamarupa, taking with it all of the experiences gained during the earth life which are worthy of assimilation to the higher ego, and thus manas again becomes one and the Kamarupa eventually breaks up, leaving behind it a record of its misdeeds, the tanhic elementals. It is during earth life, when the divine ray has descended into and incarnated in the flesh, that it finds itself crucified between two thieves, for Kama tries to drag it down to its own animal, passional plane, or state, and at the same time its Father in heaven is endeavoring to influence it to higher hopes and aspirations, to purer spiritual planes of paradise. This is where the battle rages between good and evil, or God and the devil, and the battleground within man himself. Man receives immortality through the conquest of his own animal passional nature, therefore you must recognize the necessity for each and every human being to learn to subdue and purify Kama, so that its force and energy may be directed by its divine master manas, for if this animal within us be so trained that the material instincts within us are killed, and it becomes subject to divine will, then will we be assured that we shall be at one with our Father in heaven, and like Christ, know that He and are one. Now do not think for one moment that by applying the forces of the subjugated Kama for the advancement of the intellectual qualifications latent within us that we kill out selfishness. We do not, for if you only pause to consider this fact, you will find that the more intellectual you desire to become, the less spiritual you will be, for intellect by itself is purely selfishness. For this reason intellectual development is a cold, heartless desire to gratify the personal / and it is pure and unadulterated selfishness, with not a spark of divine love or compassion. True knowledge is of spirit, and in spirit alone, and cannot be acquired in any other way, except through the region of the higher mind, the only plane from which we can penetrate the depths of the all-pervading absoluteness. It is plainly to be seen that a man may be a morally good man and very intellectual, and at the same time not have the faintest glimmer of spirituality about him, in consequence of which, at death, he will be lost in the whirlpool of Kamaloka. Buledindidhi is the sixthly of the 7 principles of man. It has no function on this physical plane, only when it is united to manas, then it becomes divine consciousness. Buddhi is in itself so much higher than physical man that it cannot possibly enter into direct relationship with him, and only through and by its reflection can it manifest itself as lower manas. Buddhi is the upadi of the one eternal essence, while manas is the vahana of Maha, the first principle of universal intelligence, divine ideation, and yet they are both of the same eternal essence of the one. As such they will be ever exist, and neither can they ever be annihilated or destroyed, either in essence or consciousness, like the physical personality with its linga sharira and the animal soul with its kamic elements and kamarupa, all of whom came from the realm of illusion, maya, and they will most certainly return again to the realm from which they emanated, and vanish like snow in the hot rays of a summer's sun. Atma or Atman is the 7th principle which completes the sublime and profound symbol of the badge of a mason, or white leather apron. The last 3 principles are symbolized by the triangle above the square. H.P. Blavatsky states in the Key to Theosophy, Atma is no individual property of any man, but is the divine essence which has no body, no form, which is imponderable, invisible and indivisible, that which does not exist and yet / as the Buddhists say of nirvana. It only overshadows the mortal, that which enters into him, and pervades the whole body, being only its omnipresent rays, or light radiated through Buddhi / its vehicle and direct emanation. Let me quote you from Mystic Masonry, by Brother J. D. Buck, 32 degrees, Atma, Manas, Buddhi represents Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. When Christ ascended to the Father, he raised his consciousness to the 7th or atmic plane, and became in fact, no longer in essence only, one with God. These three principles in man compose the spiritual soul, the immortal part of man, while Atma Buddhi constitute the higher self, the latent or potential God in man. The lower quaternary body, life principle, form body, and kama, or desire, are symbolized by a square. To make it plain, let us say that the triangle incarnates in the square, that is, the soul, spiritual, descends into matter. The body is the vehicle of life, life is the vehicle of the astral body, the astral body is the vehicle of kama, kama is the vehicle of manas, manas is the vehicle of buddhi, and buddhi is the vehicle of atma. This is the orderly relation or sequence of the principles. But as already shown, man is not a mere aggregation of principles, any more than he is a conglomerate aggregation of atoms, molecules, or cells. Just as atoms form molecules, molecules cells, cells tissues, tissues organs, and organs the whole body, so the principles, while preserving a similar orderly sequence in relation to each other, are at the same time organized in relation to the whole. That is, the ego, the thinker, unites with its vehicle, the body. Ils ramidras of a fifir of j lisf jtef letrum fie jdagamai lab jj renfj. V heft t9 a land where cttne no count can hep, see kerk works of men imperishable seem, slow here, through death's barren solitude, doth gleam fleeting hope for them that sow and reap, yeah, land of life, where death is but a deep charm slumber, a communicable dream, cclhcrc, from the silent grave far voices stream. Of those who tell their secrets in their sleep. N. D. Ronsley. Chapter 16. Pyramids of Saqqara-Lishtmidam the Fayum Labyrinth. He pyramids of Egypt, at Giza, situated in the most northern part of the site of ancient Memphis, received treatment in the 11th chapter of this work, while the reader will be taken in this chapter to the extreme part of its southern line or boundary and visit the pyramids of Saqqara, Dashur, etc. Having already described the Serapim and the tomb of Ti, the necropolis of Saqqara, which takes its name from the village located here, will constitute a continuation of my narrative. It is the oldest and at the same time the most modern of the cemeteries of ancient Memphis. It is 4½ miles long, with an average breadth of 3/4 of a mile, and like the cemetery at Giza, properly speaking, belonged to the ancient capital of Lower Egypt, Memphis. The whole of this vast necropolis has been thoroughly searched by all kinds of people and exploring expeditions. Notwithstanding this fact, the indefatigable efforts of Mariette Bey were rewarded by the discovery of the Serapim as well as many other priceless relics of ancient pharaonic history. In our visit to the ruins of Memphis and to the necropolis of Saqqara, we hired our donkeys at Bedrashan, a distance of about 15 miles from Cairo, carrying our tents, provisions, etc., along with us, to enable us to camp just where we felt like, and remain as long as we desired, at any particular place, that we might explore the ruins of this ancient metropolis at our leisure. After selecting our donkeys, we started out across a dusty, sandy flat towards the little whitewashed depot of Bedrashan. We rode across the track, and past the squalid mud hovels amid the date palms that composed the village, and rode on through a motley throng of villagers who had gathered in our path, shouting loudly for bakshish, while others were trying to dispose of their fruits and water, which they had for sale. We supplied ourselves abundantly with the fruit and continued on our way along the winding road leading to the celebrated necropolis of Saqqara. As we passed through the village of Bedrashan, we noticed immense numbers of pigeons flying from their quarters on the walls of the square towers that were built expressly for their nesting places. As we rode along, shouting and laughing at the motley crowd, the dogs ran out and added their yelping chorus to swell the noise, for they ran beside us, barking loudly as we passed by. We soon left village and yelping curs behind and rode on through palm groves, fertile fields, and ponds of stagnant water, catching ever anon glimpses of the pyramids of Giza, away off in the distance, and the mounds and groves of Mitra Henny close at hand. We stopped to examine the statues of Ramses II, and continued our journey on towards Saqqara. Leaving Mitraheni on our right, we rode straight along until we turned sharp off to the right, skirting the village of Saqqara, until we came to the regular camping ground, near the sycamore and well, a short distance north of the village, from which the necropolis takes its name. Here we camped upon the site of one of the most ancient cities of the world's history. We pitched our tents and fixed things up very comfortably, spending the night around our campfire, under one of the most magnificent moon and starlit nights I have ever seen in Egypt. As we sat there we chatted and talked of the grandeur of ancient Egypt, her lost arts and sciences, the decadence of her philosophies, and the wondrous knowledge possessed by the people by whom the pyramids were built. These giant shapes were so clearly outlined in the silvery sheen of light softly falling around us, for the moon was at the full, the stars were as bright as electric lights, and as we stood looking around the voiceless city of the dead, a picture of the scene was impressed upon my brain that will endure as long as life shall last. We awoke in i.e. early morning, and found the sun lighting up with rainbow tints the scenery around us, and the odor of the coffee and our morning meal came floating into the tent, giving us an appetite which was soon satisfied. After breakfast the shag-carrot little donkeys were brought around, and we were again soon riding off to the southwest, towards the southern group of ruins at Saqqara, among which are the mastaba Pharaoh and other tombs, as well as the ruined pyramid of Pepi II. In riding across this part of Memphis we find a vast difference in the debris underfoot from that at Giza, for there it was of a very coarse, sandy, gravelly appearance, with very little else to be seen, but here in Saqqara we can find all kinds of things, such as scraps of mummy cloths, bandages, fragments of mummy flesh. In fact the whole plateau is covered with relics of all kinds, from human bones to beads, scraps of pottery, broken funeral statuettes, etc. It was a lovely morning as we started out on our way to visit the ruins of some of the most ancient monuments in the necropolis of Memphis, stopping here and there before some point of interest, and seeing relics of a prehistoric civilization all around us. Scattered about in utter confusion, we pass the ruins of an ancient pyramid, close beside our path, and yet we did not stop to examine it because we wanted to look at and explore the ruined temples and tombs further on, which we deemed far worthier of our time and attention. There are quite a large number of tombs in this vicinity which have been opened up, carefully examined, and carefully covered again, for the purpose of preserving their interior decorations from the deteriorating effects of the air and the destructive hands of the vandal tourists that swarm through this ancient city of the dead, as well as through the whole of the Nile Valley. We made our way directly towards the mastaba Fanon, which was originally opened and thoroughly explored by Mariette Bey, who believed it to be the resting place, or tomb, of King Unas, on account of some of the stones used in its construction having the name Unas inscribed upon them. It is a kind of an oblong structure, built with splayed walls, the entrance to which is on the north side, but is now closed with barred gates and fastened, so that we were unable to gain admission to examine the interior. There are quite a number of ruined tombs and other structures in the immediate vicinity, as well as numberless mummy pits. Close by is the pyramid of Pepi II, in a very dilapidated condition, so much so that we gave up the idea of exploring it as the undertaking was considered too dangerous for us to make the attempt. We, therefore, mounted our donkeys and rode off in a northerly direction, that we might examine the pyramid of Seker-Msaf, son of Pepi I, an elder brother of Pepi II, whose mummy was taken from this pyramid in 1881, and considered the oldest known mummy of today. For an account see chapter 13 of this work. We visited all the pyramids in the Pepi group and did not attempt to explore and carrot of them excepting the one of Pepi I, into which we descended, and were well repaid for the labor, as the construction of the interior is widely different from those of Giza, or any other pyramid we had heretofore examined. The hieroglyphic inscriptions here are of a pale bluish-green color, as well as the interior decorations, and they are well worth seeing, but it was very dangerous to go prospecting around in the interior of this dilapidated monument. Consequently we concluded to go over to some ruins which could be seen a short distance from us, off to the southeast, proving on close inspection to be the remains of a ruined pyramid and the debris of numerous tombs, etc. Here we stopped a while and hunted among the ruins to see if we could find some relics of these ancient people, in the shape of scarabs, or funeral statuettes, but after grubbing around for an hour or more I found a very small statuette, some fragments of opalescent glass, a few beads, and a few pieces of very fine mummy cloth. Becoming satisfied with what we saw here, we rode back to our camp, situated about 3/4 of an hour's ride to the northeast. On returning to camp, weary and tired, we dismounted and soon refreshed ourselves with a good shower bath and found that our appetites had been very much sharpened by our fatiguing ride around this most remarkable plateau. Our welcome meal was soon served, to which we all did ample justice, when we lit our cigars and entered into a lengthy discussion on the religions and philosophies of the people whose remains were scattered around the length and breadth of this necropolis of Saqqara, for from one end to the other may be seen the flesh and bones, as well as fragments of the cerement clothes that enwrapped them, evidencing rifled graves, and desecration of the dead. The various tombs examined since we came into this country bear ample evidence that these ancient people were most assuredly filled with the idea of death and a future life. It is very certain they were not atheists, for they believed devoutly in God and a life to come. This belief is in fact to be found in all religions about the world, but it was specially taught by the ancient Egyptians. The paintings upon the walls, in the interior, are evidences of their belief in a life to come, but we must remember that in the examination of the pictures upon the walls, we are not in the tomb proper, but only in the guest chamber, far above the tomb itself. See chapter 13 of this work. The mummy was deposited in a pit below, while its double, the Ka, was supposed to take a great interest in all things earthly, and they thoroughly believed that it would be filled with joy in the success of their sons and daughters, after they themselves had gone to Amenti, and they loved to come back and see the pictures of their families reaping rich harvests from the fields they had carefully tilled during their lives. Just before sundown we saw and studied the very peculiar methods adopted by the sacred beetle of the ancient Egyptians, the Ataik Jms Sakar, the celebrated scarab sus of the ancient people. They believed that there were no females among these sacred insects, and that in order to propagate their species the scarab would enclose a life germ within a ball of clay or the slime of the Nile mud, that this insect would mold or form itself into a little round ball, after which, it would push it backwards to the desired location and bury it in the sands of the desert, and from this grave would arise another beetle or scarab that in due time would perform the self-same methods for the continuance of its species. The scarab sus was esteemed a very sacred insect among the ancient Egyptians. They considered it an emblem of immortality and a symbol of the sun, which demonstrated life, death, and the reincarnation of the spirit. It was emblematical of the sun, because, just as the scarabaeus pushed the germ of a future life in a round ball of dirt, the sun pushed the earth from west to east, making the sun, from the earth, apparently rise or reincarnate in the east once in every 24 hours, which is symbolical of the return of the spirit to thread itself and its various personalities upon the sutratma of many lives. We retired early, as we anticipated a long day's work on the morrow, in visiting the step pyramid, as well as other points of interest, in this most extraordinary necropolis of Saqqara and vicinity. In the morning we got up with the sun, took a slice of dry toast and a cup of coffee, and went forth with our guns. Inside of an hour we returned with between 3 and 4 dozen very fine quail and a nice lot of ducks, getting back in time for breakfast and an early start to the various places we had planned to visit. Mounting our little donkeys we went scurrying off to the north, riding over fragments of broken pot, terry, bricks, etc., with here and there large blocks of granite which once belonged to one of the most famous and populous cities of ancient Egypt. We rode up to the pyramid of Unas, which we found in a ruinous condition, and would not have been able to have seen the interior of this mon. If it had not been for a party of Cook's tourists, who arrived there just about the same time we did, and they having cards of admission and key to the iron gate, we were allowed to enter and examine the interior of this pyramid with them. The entrance to it was originally closed with immense blocks of sandstone, which obstructions must have required a vast amount of time and labor to remove, that admittance might be gained into the interior. Today the entrance is provided with an iron gate, to prevent people going in without permission and destroying the interior decorations and chipping off pieces from the sarcophagus, etc. The entrance leads us into a chamber running off from which are two others, one on each side of this first or entrance chamber. The two larger ones contain quite a number of well-preserved funeral inscriptions, and in the one to the right we saw a granite sarcophagus close to the alabaster walls, adorned with very nice paintings of plain simple patterns, whose colors are nearly as bright today as when first placed there by the artist B. C. 3333. We saw here in these chambers the same class of hieroglyphic inscriptions of a bluish-green color as those described in the Pyramid of Pepi, but with this difference: they are not in sunk relief, but just simply incised. To the south and southeast of this pyramid are the remains of the tombs of the various dynasties from the 18 upward, to more modern times, but they have all been broken into and ransacked, for the purpose of gathering the priceless treasures and relics from their interiors, or to satisfy the curiosity of Vandal explorers. Today this plain is strewn with fragments of the dead, pieces of wood which formed the coffins, broken pottery, statuettes, mummy clothes, human bones, etc. Instead of rambling around trying to find a tomb that had not been examined before, we made our way to the largest and most celebrated monument of this group, the step pyramid of Saqqara, which is located about 250 yards to the northeast of the pyramid of Unas. It is not built with a regular slope like any of the other pyramids from base to summit, neither is it a perfect square, nor does it face the cardinal points of the universe, being built in 6 stages that recedes one into the other and diminishes in height as well as in breadth. The lowest step being 37 feet high and the upper one 29 feet, and all being about 6 feet wide. The extreme height of the structure from the base to its summit is 167 feet. Much of this monument has been removed, possibly for building purposes in Cairo. The north and south sides measure 351 feet 2 inches, and the east and west sides 393 feet 6 inches, covering an area of a little over 15,000 square yards. This pyramid differs from others from the fact that it has 4 entrances, and the interior is a perfect maze of passages, but its chief peculiarity in the interior is the excavation 77 feet deep by about 24 feet square, sunk immediately under the center of this remarkable monument, the roof of this excavation being dome-shaped of rubble work, originally supported by wooden rafters, which have long since decayed and fallen away, and the roof is held in place by the strength of the cement with which the rubble work was made. The bottom of this shaft or excavation is paved with granite blocks, beneath which is a chamber 10 feet long and 5 feet high, the entrance to which was covered up with an enormous block of granite weighing 4 tons. It is as difficult to describe the plan of the interior of this pyramid as it is to find out what the monument was originally used for. Many of the chambers have been decorated with a series of bluish-green convex tiles, on the backs of which are a number of hieroglyph 3-carat fix. General Minutoli entered this pyramid in the year 1821 and discovered numerous very interesting relics in the various passages odd chambers, among which was a gilded skull and 2 human feet that were ornamented in a most peculiar manner, all of which were afterward lost at the mouth of the Elbe. In many of the chambers and passages were found fragments of broken alabaster and marble vases, stars, and broken ornaments that no doubt at one time formed the decorations of the different chambers in this most remarkable step pyramid of Saqqara. It is rather difficult to make the ascent of this monument alone, but with the help of the Arab guide I had no trouble, comparatively speaking, in reaching the top of the most extraordinary pyramid. The view from the summit is not near so good as that from the larger one at Giza, not being near so high, consequently we could not expect so fine a view. In rambling around among these pyramids and tombs we met a party of travelers who were making arrangements for a trip to the peninsula of Sinai, but had come out to the site of ancient Memphis for the express purpose of meeting some of my own party who had agreed to go with them, so instead of returning to Cairo they all rode over to our camp with us, and we were very soon supplied with our evening meal, to which we all did ample justice. After the meal was over we lit our cigars and spent the evening in merriment and song, while the Arab servants and guides were making the necessary preparations for breaking camp. The next morning bright and early we packed our few personal traps, partook of a hasty meal, and rode off to Cairo, leaving the tents, baggage, etc., to be brought in by sumpter camels. We arrived at Shepherds dusty and tired, where we soon refreshed ourselves with a good bath and cooling drink from the fountain of Zamzam, and that night we spent at the hotel with our departing friends. The next morning we wished them bon voyage, as they started off on their long journey, to follow in the footsteps of the Israelites, to cross the Red Sea and explore the Sinaitic Peninsula. I did not remain in Cairo, as I was very anxious to get away and investigate the tombs, temples, monuments, etc., of Upper Egypt. Therefore the rest of us arranged for our boat to meet us at some point on the river to be decided on later, and in order to complete my investigations of the principal P3 pyramids of the Nile Valley I found that we would have to visit Rikha, to be able to examine the oldest monuments in the world, known as the Pyramid and Mastabas of Midim. There are a great many authorities who believe the step pyramid of Saqqara to be far older than any other fabric in the Nile Valley, basing their opinion or assertions upon the statement of Manetho, who attributes the step pyramid to Amenephis, who built the pyramid at Khakum, as a corner of the Great Pyramid, making the ascent monument to one of the kings of Tli First Dynasty. Khakum was the Greek form of the hieroglyphic name Khakam the Black Bull, which occurs on the steles and sarcophagi of the Apis tombs, as a place in the vicinity of the necropolis. If this view be correct we have in the step pyramid the most ancient structure in the world. But there are numerous authorities who reject these statements, and assign its erection to one of the kings of the Fifth Dynasty with very little evidence to prove their statements. Consequently we are left to our own judgment in this matter. I shall describe the various monuments and leave it with you, my dear brothers, as to which is the older. Between 3 and 4 miles south of Saqqara we find a group of pyramids at Dashur. They are 4 in number, 2 of stone and 2 of brick. The most northern of the stone pyramids is nearly as large as the Great Pyramid at Giza at the base, but is not nearly so high. It contains 3 chambers, lying one beyond the other, and they are constructed in a very peculiar manner, for the stones which form their sides overlap each other and draw in toward the roof, making it s pyramidal chamber, large at the bottom and very small at the top or ceiling. The other stone pyramid is rather remarkable on account of the manner of its construction, it having been built at 2 different angles and is known as the blunted pyramid. Its base is 619 feet long and its height 321 feet. There was a very peculiar door used for closing the entrance to this pyramid. It was hung on a horizontal stone hinge, and was discovered by W. Flinders Petrie during his researches among this group. Mr. M. de Morgan made some very valuable discoveries i.u. the years 1894 to 95 among the brick pyramids of this group. He was very earnest and anxious in his explorations of these monuments, and gave the whole of his time and attention to the drifting into one of them, in order to find the regular passage or entrance into the interior. After he had drifted into a considerable distance he discovered the real entrance, originally formed by the men who constructed the pyramid itself, and as soon as he found this passageway he began exploring the interior. After traversing various passages, he had the good fortune to discover the burial place of 2 royal ladies belonging to the 12th dynasty, whose tombs had not been disturbed since Tibet were deposited there by tender hands, Iliurdik litries before Chrysi, and just as they had been laid to rest in those remote and bygone days of prehistoric civilization, so were they found, with not a single article displaced or disturbed. The jewels and golden ornaments glistened as bright and beautiful upon them as when first placed there by their loving friends who laid them to rest, away back in the remote ages of the past. The whole of these jewels and ornaments, as well as many other interesting relics, are to be seen today in room 7 at the Giza Museum. This same gentleman, in the year 1s96, made some other very important discoveries. Not very far from the house in which he lived during his researches, and quite close to the barren plateau, are to be seen 2 low mounds formed from the remains of what was originally 2 brick pyramids. He thought that possibly he might make new discoveries by investigating the ruins of these ancient monuments, and after considerable time and labor he was rewarded by finding the passage and chambers, which he thoroughly explored in search of relics. In the one farthest to the south he found 2 small black granite pyramids about 3 feet high, and in one of the chambers discovered a very large sarcophagus of red granite with nothing inscribed on it. It is very difficult and dangerous today to search among the ruins of this pyramid, as it is simply impossible to do so without the assistance of men and ropes to help you, and, in fact, will hardly repay one for the time and trouble expended in exploring its dark passages and chambers. The northern mound contains a sarcophagus in one of the chambers, which can very readily be seen, but this is about all that would interest anyone in this ancient ruin. About 9 miles south of this place are to be seen TKC pyramids of Lisht, but they are in such a ruinous condition that it is not safe for anyone to venture into them. Maspero attempted to thoroughly explore them, but he gave it up on account of finding so much water in them. About the same time that M. De Morgan was investigating the group at Dashur in 1s95, Mr. M. Guattier was exploring the ruins of these 2 pyramids at Lisht, then considered unimportant, but after careful examination he found within them statues of Usertesen, very fine specimens of ancient Egyptian sculpture, and later on discovered a very large altar that stood in a funerary chapel that had been built on the east side of the southernmost of the 2 pyramids. It is exquisitely carved and is a very fine specimen of ancient Egyptian art, being dedicated to Usertesen. This place was, no doubt, the necropolis of one of the ancient cities of the Golden /.ge of Egypt, when Memphis was in the height of her glory, but today it is in utter ruin and naught remains to tell us of the vanished glory of this ancient city except the ruined monuments that I have just described and the few relics discovered within them. It is fully 12 miles to the south of Esht before we come to those ancient monuments of Egypt, the pyramids and mastabas of Metmai of which I have already spoken. Now, after carefully examining these wonderful fabrics, and devoting considerable study and much thought to the subject, I have come to the conclusion that they are the most ancient, in fact the oldest monuments in the world today, and for that reason, if no other, they are of especial interest to all men, and well deserving a visit from anyone who goes to this most extraordinary part of the world. The Valley of the Nile. One lovely morning we took passage on board a steamer that was going up the river, but stopped at Raqqa for the accommodation of anyone desiring to visit the celebrated monuments of a prehistoric age at Midim. It was a beautiful morning as our steamer pushed off from the bank, to ascend this glorious old river. There was a strong Etesian wind blowing and the loud shouts of the sailors, as they hoisted their sails on some of the dahabis, came floating to us over the bosom of the waters, reminding me of bygone days, and the first time I visited Egypt and took passage on one of the Nile boats to examine the various points of interest that lay along its banks. When I was a boy, it was the only way that one could travel on a trip to Upper Egypt. Ah! What enjoyable days they were to all of us. The boat was our home, our castle, for a few months at least, if no more. This floating home of ours had a peculiar charm and attraction that is difficult to explain. In our journeyings we could stop just when and where we wished. We could go off and hunt, or examine a tomb or temple at our leisure, and if the wind would not help us, We could always tie up to the bank and amuse ourselves in a dozen different ways. If I were going back to Egypt, today, to examine or explore the stupendous fabrics that adorn the banks of this grand old river Nile, I would take the dahabeah in preference to any other mode of travel. Of course, one should not be pushed for time, but go with the understanding that you would have to depend principally upon the wind, with very little tow path, and all those who travel on a dahabeah will most assuredly enjoy it above all other modes of travel used in Egypt. If they should make the ascent of the first cataract in one of these dahabeahs, the memory of it would remain with them so long as life would last. The ride up the Nile on the steamer is very monotonous, between Giza and Rika, for the banks of the river are quite low, and all the villages are very much alike, with but little to be seen, excepting the various groups of pyramids which rise here and there into our view as we steam along, causing one to ponder upon the prehistoric people who built them and the knowledge to which they had attained, in quarrying and moving tremendous blocks of stone, in order to build those tremendous fabrics that have been the wonder and admiration of every age in the history of the world. We landed at Rika and secured donkeys to carry us out to this most remarkable pyramid, standing seemingly upon a mound that was located fully an hour's ride from the river. It was a most delightful trip, and the great fabric that we are now approaching shines out resplendent in the glorious sunshine, in most exquisite coloring. We rode off down the track and turned into the square green fields of corn, beans, clover, etc., that ran up to the very foot of the necropolis of Metummitum and the celebrated pyramid itself, which is called by the Fellahin and Arabs Haram el-Kadab, or the false pyramid. We now discovered that what we had taken to be a mound, upon which this famous pyramid had been built, was simply the rubbish surrounding it at its base, formed no doubt from the outer casing which rose mound-like all around the structure. Mr. Flinders Petrie spent a great deal of time and patience in his explorations of the various points of interest among the tombs and temples of Metum, and has given to the world a vast amount of information in relation to these ancient buildings of the 3rd and 4th dynasties. When first the stone composing this marvelous pyramid was brought from the quarries, it was most assuredly pure white limestone, but today it is of a beautiful orange hue, it having gradually changed with the Raleigh centuries, from a pure white into a most magnificent yellow color, whose golden hues must be seen in order to be fully appreciated. This pyramid rises in 3 stages above an apparent artificial mound, which is at least 120 feet above the plain. The first stage above the mound is 69 feet, the second 20 feet, and the third about 23 feet, the whole forming a square tower that rises in 3 stages, whose summit is fully 230 feet above the level of the plain, having the appearance of some of the ancient mastabas of the old empire. The whole fabric seems to have lifted itself out of the brown mass of rubbish at its base into a most magnificent, glorious, shining golden tower that points upwards into the azure vault above. Once seen, it will live in one's memory through all his life. The entrance to this pyramid is situated on the north side. Nearly 54 feet above the level of the desert sands, the passage descending at a certain angle for a distance of 234 feet, where it falls upon a level passageway of about 40 feet in length, from the end of which a vertical shaft leads upwards into an empty chamber or tomb. Maspero entered this pyramid on the 13th day of December, 1882, of when he found the passages and chambers he at once realized that it had been broken into and its sarcophagus and the contents taken therefrom. Mariette Bey states that the name of the king by whose order this pyramid was erected for the repose of his own mummy is positively unknown, but there is every reason to believe that it was Sneferu, the predecessor of Cheops, for his tomb is unknown. This pyramid is a most magnificent specimen of ancient Egyptian architecture, with its closely fitting joints and polished blocks of Mokattam limestone, showing conclusively the rare excellence to which the ancient Egyptians had attained. Sneferu was, according to Bruch Bey, the last king of the 3rd dynasty b. c. 3766. Mariette Bey claims that the 3rd dynasty commenced b. c. 4449, and that Sneferu was the first king of the 4th dynasty who reigned about b. c. 4235. It was in the most northern mastaba of the necropolis of Mitam that Mariette, in January, 1872, discovered two of the most marvelous portrait statues that has ever been found. They are almost life-size, and were carved out of limestone, being remarkable as the oldest known statues existing in the world today, and represent Areotep son of Sneferu, commander of the king's warriors, chief of the priests in the temple city of On, Heliopolis, the town of the sun god Ra, and his princess wife, Nofret, or Nefert, the beautiful, the king's granddaughter. Once seen, these statues will never be forgotten, for the exquisite carvings are perfect and shows the wonderful skill and knowledge to which sculptors had attained in that early period, over 6,000 years ago. The EJs of these wonderful statues once seen will so impress themselves upon you that you will always remember them, for they are perfectly lifelike. The eyes are made of rock crystal, resting upon a background of silver, which reflects the light in such a way that it appears as if they were eyes of a living human being. In order that you may get the opinion of one of our greatest Egyptologists respecting these statues, I will quote you from Maspero's Dawn of Civilization, page 363, wherein he states that these two statues were discovered in a tomb near Meidum. According to the chronological table of Mariette, it is 5,800 years old. Their rock crystal eyes are so bright that the Arabs employ 3-carat ed in the excavation, fled in terror when they came upon the long hidden chamber. They said that two Afrits were sitting there ready to spring out and devour all intruders. These statues were discovered in a half-ruined mastaba and have fortunately reached us without having suffered the least damage, almost without losing an of their original freshness. They are to be seen in the Giza Museum, just as they were when they were discovered by Mariette in the condition in which they left the hands of the workmen. Rahatpu Areotep was the son of a king, possibly Sneferui, but despite his high origin I find something humble and retiring in his physiognomy. Nofret Nefert, on the contrary, has an imposing appearance, an indescribable air of resolution and command invests her whole person, and the sculptor has cleverly given an express Zion to it. She is represented with a robe with a pointed opening in the front. The shoulders, bosom, waist, and hips are shown under the material of the dress with a purity and delicate grace which one does not always find in modern works of art. The wig secured on the forehead b-carat a richly embroidered band, frames with its somewhat heavy masses the firm and rather plump face, the eyes are living, the nostrils breathe, the mouth smiles, and is about to speak. The art of Egypt has at times been as fully inspired, it has never been more so than on the day in which it produced the statue Nofret, Nefert. Areotep sits with his right hand extended across his breast and his left upon his knee. He wears a simple jewel upon his neck and his body nude excepting for the waistcloth that enwraps his loins. It is a most exquisite specimen of ancient Egyptian sculpture. There has never been a time in the history of Egypt when they could produce statuary more speaking and lifelike than these two statues of Areotep and his charming wife, the Lady Nefert. Mitam has most assuredly furnished a great number of works of art, which certainly goes to prove that sculpturing, frescoing, painting, etc., was most thoroughly comprehended by the artists who wrought them. When the craftsmen who worked in the Mokattam hills were quarrying the stones for the erection of the pyramids in the extraordinary city of Memphis, the tomb in which Mr. Flinders Petrie made his headquarters during his explorations of this ancient necropolis, the tomb of Nefermot, was a veritable treasure house of beautiful carvings, paintings, etc., illustrating the scenes of hawking, hunting, fishing and agricultural pursuits, very finely executed. It was in this tomb, or rather Lady Atot's chamber, that Mariette found the fresco of geese which now adorns the Giza Museum, and many other beautiful works of art that were executed by these people long before the Sphinx looked to the east in the plains of Giza, across the desert sands of Arabia. Students of hieroglyphics and ancient art will find here in Midam a rich field to repay them for their time and trouble. The inscriptions found here upon these monuments present some of the oldest forms of writing, very clear, simple and beautiful in their grammatical construction, as well as in clearly defined letters and carvings. Mariette Bey considered the tomb of Nefermot to be the most carefully constructed and the best built tomb throughout the whole of the land of Egypt. The paintings are all well preserved, and many of them today are most exquisite specimens of Egyptian skill, although executed 3,750 years before Christ. The artists who executed the work show rare ability, as they painted and carved true to nature, for nothing is misrepresented, but each and all, in their proper colors and exact proportions. The craftsmen who built the temple, or tomb, were thoroughly competent and well qualified to handle the enormous blocks of stone found here, and some of them in the ceiling measure 20 feet in length and fully 3 feet thick, weighing not less than 40 tons each. This fact alone demonstrates to us, of the present day, the wondrous knowledge in architecture possessed by the artisans who wrought long centuries before authenticated history. No one visiting the valley of the Nile should fail to see the celebrated tombs and temples of Midam and examine carefully the interior and exterior parts of these remarkable relics of the Golden X/GE of Egypt. One of the most delightful places in which to spend a winter in Bgypt is the Fayum. But few tourists go into this most interesting and fertile oasis that lies just 1 day's journey from the city of Cairo by rail or about 3 days on horseback, but all who take the time to go always come away charmed and delighted with their ramblings from one place to another, where the continual clamoring for bakshish, o hawaji, is seldom or never heard. For my part, I much prefer the horseback ride to the cars, for the simple reason that one who goes on horseback will be enabled to take in the whole of the various groups of tombs, temples and pyramids, from the plains of Giza to Midam, and either he or they will most assuredly enjoy the trip far better than they could in the hot dusty cars. If you ride on horseback you can rest when you wish, stop where you like, and examine the various points of interest at your leisure, while on the cars you would only be enabled to catch glimpses of tombs and temples that would well repay you to visit. Again, going on horseback you would be in a far better position to study the manners and customs of the fellahin, who till the soil today in the same manner that their great ancestors did ere Joseph was sold into the land of bondage. Beside all this you will be enabled to see the peculiar encampments of the Bedouin Arabs, who locate here in many of the fields rented from the fellahin, and feed their camels and horses on the rich lucerne that grows here in such abundance. You will most certainly pass on your way a great many hunters who go out from Cairo to shoot over the cultivated fields that border the desert sands lying along your path, and considered to be the best place for quail shooting throughout the whole of Egypt. But I do not wish to dwell too long upon the charms of horseback riding from the city of Cairo to the Fayum, for if I did this chapter would lengthen out to such an extent that I would be unable to describe this very interesting part of Egypt where Joseph lived and gave his name to one of the oldest canals in the land of Egypt. The province or district in Egypt called the Fayum is a natural peculiar basin-shaped depression in the Libyan desert, and is one of the most fertile provinces in the valley of the Nile. It is surrounded by desert sands, with the exception of the fringe of vegetation that adorns Bar Yusuf, which connects it with the river Nile and is about 207 miles in length. It flows into this fertile valley through a natural opening, caused by a peculiar trend of the Libyan chain of mountains, which a little north of Benishuef begin to circle off to the northwest, returning again toward the east and the river Nile. It has in its peculiar convolutions enclosed a large tract of land, that was called by the ancient Eg37 Arsinoe and now known as the Fayum, coming from the Egyptian word Fayum, signifying the sea, marsh, or lake country, described in the hieroglyphic inscriptions of the 4th D3 Nasti as Taslik the land of the lake. The opening of this valley is about 4 miles wide, through which the canal passes, and where it is divided into numerous branches that ramify from the main stem to the various parts of the Valle Karad, so as to irrigate and reclaim a vast amount of the desert sands. See Chapter 6 of this work. The Fayum is noted for its fertility, as it produces an abundance from all seeds sown or planted in its remarkably rich soil. Here in this wonderful valley are to be seen large fields of corn, cotton, sugar cane, beans, clover, etc., besides all kinds of vegetables. It produces fine grapes, from which they manufacture an excellent wine. This place is noted for its olives, and it abounds in date palm groves, roses growing in rich profusion, while apricots, figs, and other kinds of fruit are quite prolific. Considerable cattle is raised here, and since sugar cane has been planted and found to do so well, a large number of sugar factories are to be found here. This valley was the site of that ancient reservoir Lake Moeris, the remains of which are to be plainly seen and traced today. It was originally used for the purpose of regulating the annual flow of the inundations of the river Nile, for irrigating the various parts of the land of Bgypt. Strabo tells us that Lake Moeris, owing to its size and depth, is capable of receiving the superabundance of water during the inundation, without overflowing the habitations and crops, but later, when the water subsides and after the lake has given up its excess through one of its two mouths, both it and the canal retain water enough for purposes of irrigation. This is accomplished by natural means, but at both ends of the canal there are also lock gates, means of which the engineer can regulate the influx and efflux of the water. The cultivated part of this fertile valley is about 25 miles long by about 30 miles wide, and the district contains a population of 200,000 inhabitants, while the annual revenue is very near $1 million. Its principal commerce is cotton, corn, cattle. Mostly sheep, which are considered to be the best breed in the valley of the Nile. This province contains a large number of towns and villages, and is a perfect paradise for hunters, especially upon and around the borders of Birkat el Aourun, the Lake of the Horn. The water of this lake is very salty and brackish in midsummer, just before the annual inundations of the Nile. It lies considerably below the bed of the river, and is no doubt fed by the filtrations from the canals and the Nile. The view of the lake from the cultivated fields and uplands of the Fayum is just simply grand, as it lies nestling up against the fertile fields and vegetation that goes sloping down to the edge of the rippling waters, shining like a sea of burnished silver, glittering in the glorious sunlight from an unclouded sky, fairly dazzles one's vision. The various shades of green from the fertile fields, tamarisk bushes, and dense palm groves lend a charm and fascination to the scene that is indescribably grand and beautiful. The lake is nearly 35 miles long and about 7 miles wide, and its depth varies according to the season of the year. It lies at the foot of a richly cultivated upland on one side and bordered by the desert sands on the other, which stretches off into a series of rolling hills that connect with the rocky mountain chain which bounds our horizon in that direction. The lake abounds with fish, and in the winter there is not in the whole of Egypt a better place for hunting. Here are to be found quail in immense quantities and all kinds of aquatic birds feral swarm from one end of the lake to the other, while among the tamarisk bushes and palm groves are to be found plenty of wolves and wild boar. There are a few very interesting ruins at various points around this lake, and the principal ones are to be found about 15 miles from the town of Nesla, and which is called Dasround, the remains of an ancient Egyptian temple, that is well worth visiting. It contains a great many chambers, stairways, and passageways, giving unmistakable evidences of the good workmanship of the craftsmen who erected it. There are quite a number of ruins scattered around in this vicinity, and among them a number of arches of both stone and brick and partially demolished walls, around which can be found ancient copper coins, fragments of glass, etc., if yon will take time to grub around in the sand. Among the ruins on the borders of this lake, not far from Sinhur, are to be found some old ruins called El Hammam. In fact, we can find the remains of tombs, temples, reservoirs, etc., all around this lake, that will prove of deep interest to all those who visit them. Medinat el Fayra. The town of the lake, is the capital of the Fayra, and has a population of about 40,000 inhabitants. It is a typical Egyptian town, with its long covered bazaar and motley assemblage of people, who congregate there, and its baths, with Greek coffee houses, etc., etc., all going to make up a modern 20th century town in the valley of the Nile. We notice that these people hold their regular markets on Sunday. This town is located on one of the main branches of the Bar Yusuf, where we could see the women continually going and coming at certain times to fill their heavy clay gullahs with water, to be used for their household. They carry these heavy gullahs upon their heads, with a peculiar grace that is truly remarkable. The canal runs through the town and is distributed to the various parts throughout this fertile valley carried by devices, such as water wheels, flumes, etc. The canal in many places is more like a river, as it goes winding along by the houses and walls of the town, giving a charming effect to its surroundings, and reflecting the houses, trees, and walls of the town in its flowing waters. There we can see the bearded wheat of ancient Egypt growing luxuriantly, very long in the ear, but short in the straw. Every person who goes into the Fayum should not fail, upon any consideration, to get an introduction to the Mdidr of the district, as it would be of very great assistance to either him or them in all their business transactions, but more especially if there is any trouble with the fellahin, for horse, camel, or donkey hire. There are no especial buildings in this modern town, that I cared for, and the only one of real interest that I noticed was the Mosque of Wait Bey, which is in a very ruinous condition. It is a kind of a mosaic structure that contains various columns originally belonging to different buildings in the old city of Arsinoe, formerly Crocodipolis, the ancient Egyptian city of S/Ia/, or Pa Sebek, the abode of Sebek, who is represented with the head of a crocodile, and there in Lake Moeris they used to keep this sacred animal, and worshipped it throughout the whole of the Arsinoid nome in the ancient days of Egyptian history. In fact, one of their triads that was worshipped here was Sebek, Hathor, and Horns. Leo Africanus says, the ancient city Pa Sebek was built by one of the pharaohs, on an elevated spot near a small canal from the Nile, at the time of the exodus of the Jews, after he had afflicted them with the drudgery of hauling stones and other laborious employments. There are extensive ruins on the site of this ancient city, and many very important antiquities have been found here, also a large quantity of papyri, mostly Greek, and some of them written in hieroglyphics and hieratic characters dating back to the time of Ramses III. It was here, within the Fayum, that the celebrated labyrinth was built by Amenemhat III. It was a most extraordinary building and is said to contain 3,000 chambers, half of which were subterranean and the other half lying above ground, and the whole of each series connected together by the most intricate passages and irregular corridors. It was considered very dangerous for anyone to venture into the interior, without a guide, for fear of getting lost among the labyrinth of passages that ramified throughout the whole of this remarkable edifice. Herodotus says that the temples of Ephesus and Samos may justly claim admiration, and the pyramids may be individually compared to many of the magnificent structures of Greece, but even these are inferior to the labyrinth. It is composed of 12 courts, all of which are covered. Their entrances stand opposite to each other, 6 to the north and 6 to the south, one wall enclosing the whole. Of the apartments above the ground I can speak, continues Herodotus, from my own personal knowledge and observation, of those below, from information I received. The Egyptians who bad charge of the latter would not suffer me to see them, and their reason was, that in them were preserved the sacred crocodiles and the bodies of the kings who constructed the labyrinth. Of these, therefore, I do not presume to speak, but the upper apartments I myself visited, and I pronounce them amongst the grandest efforts of human industry and art. The almost infinite number of winding passages through the different courts excited my highest admiration. From spacious halls I passed through smaller chambers, and from them again to large and magnificent saloons, almost without end. The walls and ceiling are marble, the latter embellished with the most exquisite sculpture. Around each court pillars of the richest and most polished marble are arranged, and at the termination of the labyrinth stands a pyramid 106 cubits high, approached by a subterranean passage, and with its exterior enriched by figures of animals. The object of building this remarkable structure cannot be fully conjectured, nor will it ever be properly known. Neither should we have been enabled to have known anything, for certain about it, if Herodotus had not given us the above description and told of its exact location at the entrance of the canal into Lake Moeris, and when Mr. Flinders Petrie, in 1807-8, started a systematic exploration at the supposed site of the labyrinth and the pyramid of Hawera, he most assuredly settled many moot questions. He not only found the site of the labyrinth, but he found the remains of two statues whereon was inscribed the name of Amenemhat III, the creator of Lake Moeris and the Fayum, and also the pedestals upon which they stood, thus proving beyond the shadow of a doubt the assertions of Herodotus, who wrote of having seen two statues that stood upon the tops of two pyramids that were erected in the middle of Lake Moeris. These two statues of Amenemhat III, were no doubt erected in commemoration of the work that he had done in reducing the size of the lake, deepening its waters, and in this way reclaiming a vast area of swampy marshland that had long been submerged by the flooding waters of the river Nile. Mr. Petrie, in the year 1889, opened the pyramid of Hawera, wherein he expected to find at least the mummy of the original pharaoh, who founded the labyrinth and made the Fayum a paradise, but he was very much disappointed upon entering the pyramid and discovering the chamber, to find the sarcophagus of both Amenemhat and his daughter, Teneferu, empty, with the lids of each lying askew on top of them. One thing very remarkable about this chamber, was that it was carved from a single stone. The dimensions of this chamber are 22 feet, 3½ inches long by 7 feet 10 inches wide, by 6 feet 2 inches high. The stone is of very hard quartzite sandstone, with walls very nearly 3 feet thick and weighing about 180 tons. Under the head of a mummy excavated at Hawera, Mr. Petrie also found a large roll of papyrus, which contains almost the whole of the second book of Homer's Iliad. This was not the property of some old, dried-up philologist, for it laid under the skull of a 3-carat Aung lady, whose features are still attractive and very intellectual, finely chiseled and refined-looking. Both the skull and the papyrus, together with the jet-black tresses of this nameless Hypatia, are now in the Bodleian Library at Oxford. It is one of the 3 oldest manuscripts of Homer's Iliad known to exist. There are 2 others that also came from Aoipt. They are all useful in correcting the received text. There is another pyramid about 5 or 6 miles to the east of the labyrinth which is called Ilahun, or El Lahun. Mr. Flinders Petrie penetrated this pyramid and found many interesting things, but today it is hardly worth spending the time to visit it. XTN 35 Ilus. IP Lotiak Ihasonic Allegories. By lustrous heralds led on high CBC omniscient sun ascends the sky, RIS glory drawing every eye. Who seeing sun, the stars so bright gleamed throughout the somber night, now scared, like thieves, slink fast away, quenched by the splendor of thy ray. Chai beams to men thy presence show, like blading fires they seem to glow. Conspicuous, rapid, source of light, Joe makest all the welkin bright. In sight of gods and mortal eyes, in sight of heaven thou scalest the skies. Bright God, thou scannest with searching ken HC doings all of busy men. Joe streakst o'er the sky, THV rays create and measure out our days, chine all living things surveys. 7 lucid marks thy chariot bear, self-yoked, athwart the fields of air. Bright Surya, God with flaming hair. Chat glow above the darkness, we beholding, upward soar to thee, for there among the gods thy light supreme is seen, divinely bright. 1 Lamlatit Gm the Sanskrit by Dr. J3/III. Chapter 17. Sun Worship Zodiac Masonic Allegories. STV Careful examination of the religious beliefs of the people of Happy Face, the ancient world, and a study of their mode or manner of worship, will show that in a great many countries, and especially in the Far East, God has been worshipped under the symbol of the sun. For thousands of years men have worshipped this great luminary, the source of all light, whose very essence is generation and life, the container of both, for without the great and glorious sun god all the earth would be enwrapped in darkness and death. Its light is emblematic of eternal verities and its heat of benevolence and love, thus constituting a fitting symbol of that great and incomprehensible principle which holds the cosmos in the hollow of his hand. They no doubt began to worship the sun on account of observing the regularity of its motions, which knew no change. They observed that nations and cities would pass away and new ones arise upon the site of the old empires, that tombs, temples, and enduring monuments would decay and crumble into dust, be scattered to the four cardinal points of the universe, and still the regularity of the sun's motions underwent no change. He visited the old and new alike, and his light shone with unchanging rays upon all. To them his apparent journeyings around the earth was emblematic of life, death, and the reincarnation of the spirit or immortality of the soul, and instilled into the very heart and mind of man, not only thoughts on the immortality of the soul, but of that immutability symbolizing the great eternal unknown God, to whom they offered up their most profound love and adoration. Long centuries before the delta of the Nile was formed or brought from the mountains of Abyssinia, within the throbbing bosom of old god Nilus it performed its diurnal motions with the same unchanging regularity and exactitude that it does today. It was that steadfast, immutable motion, whose course threw of it the stellar world above, knowing no change, that caused men every age and every epoch of the world's history to ascribe godlike attributes to this glorious orb, which is the same today as when Abraham saw it glitter in the plains of Shinar, as it is now and ever will be, forever and ever, the most splendid and magnificent object in all nature. I do not wish to dwell upon the sin worshippers of the world, but will confine myself altogether to those of Egypt, and endeavor to show their proficiency in astronomy and its relation to ancient masonry. I have referred to the ancient legend of the slaying of Osiris by Typhon Carrot in the 3rd chapter of this work, which will no doubt prove interesting to you, my dear brothers, for whom this book was written. The worship of the sun in Egypt was the same as in other countries. The basis of all religion. To them the forces emanating from this great and glorious luminary were as much a problem as they are to us, for light, heat and electricity are as yet unsolved problems. We know that each one of them is manifested throughout the cosmos, but those manifestations are as yet mysteries to us, and so far we do not nor cannot understand them, only in their effects. The great god of the ancient Egyptians was Amun, represented by a man standing upright, wearing upon his head a flat cap, with two tall straight feathers, and holding in his left hand the scepter, while in the right he holds the sign of life. We sometimes find him seated as a Miami, with the same red cap and feathers, holding in his hands the scepter, scourge, and crook, in which position he is supposed to represent Amun Osiris. He may be found identified with many other gods. Herodotus tells us in Book 2, 42, that the Thebans and those who, like them, abstain from eating sheep, say they do it for this reason, that Jupiter, Amun, when Hercules desired to see him, at first refused, but on his persisting, cut off the head of a ram which he flayed and held it before him, clothing himself in the skin and showed himself to him in this form. And for this reason the Egyptians represent Jupiter with the head of a ram. And once a year, on the festival of Jupiter, they kill and flay a ram and clothe the statue of Jupiter in the manner described, and then bring near to it another statue of Hercules. Jablonsk thought that Amun represented the sun in Aries, and that the position of the sun god at the four cardinal points of the universe at the four great seasons of the year, was the symbol of the Egyptian gods Amun, horns, Serapis, and Harpocrates. Although there is no positive evidence of this being true, there being no actual confirmation of the above opinion, 3et, the name Ra sun is often found joined together as Amun Ra, which seems to indicate their relationship, or an original connection with the solar god. We find upon many of the monuments throughout Egypt the name of Amun Ra that has been substituted for some other, and it has been so carefully and cleverly done that it is very difficult to ascertain what the original name could have been. According to Major Felix, the obliterated characters were a vulture flying, its body formed bni, holding in its claws a signet, birch collar / of antique. Page 2, note 12. The FL3ing vulture was the emblem of the goddess of Eleithia, who corresponded with the Lucina of the Latins. Bunsen supposes that the Ithapophalic Chem was the god for whom Amun was substituted. There are various authorities who believe that it was on account of some change in the religious S3 stem of these people. According to ancient Eoikarachan history, we find that Amenhotep IV, who reigned c. 1400, apostatized from the faith of his fathers, and there is certain evidence to prove that his mother was the cause of this backsliding, which occasioned him to change his faith and name. He induced a great many prominent men to follow his example, but could not influence the priests of Egypt, as they were bitterly opposed to his form of worship. He had to leave Thebes on account of opposition by the people, urged on no doubt by the priests, of Handej found that he had forsaken the true God for the heretical doctrines of his mother. Pos. Sibley, it may have been the name of this king that was erased from the tombs and temples. Let me quote you from Murray, page 60, in relation to this matter. The heretic king Amenhotep IV, who, under the influence of his mother Tai, endeavored to substitute a sort of Asiatic monotheism, under the form of the worship of the solar disk, for the official religion of Egypt. The cult and very name of Amen were proscribed, the name being erased from the monuments wherever it occurred, and the king changed his own name from Amenhotep to Khu-en-Aten, the glory of the solar disk. In the struggle which ensued between the pharaoh and the powerful hierarchy of Thebes, Khu-en-Aten found himself obliged to leave the capital of his father and build a new one further north, called Khu-Taten, the site of which is now occupied by the village of Tel El Amarna and Haggai Kandil. Here he surrounded himself with the adherents of the new creed, most of whom seemed to have been Canaanites or other natives of Asia, and erected in it a temple to the solar disk, as well as a palace for himself, adorned with painting, sculpture, gold, bronze and inlaid work in precious stones. Along with the religious reforms had gone a reform in art. The old hieratic canon of Egyptian art was abandoned and a striving for realism took its place. Adjoining the palace was the House of Rolls or Record Office, where the cuneiform tablets were discovered which have thrown so much light on the history of Egypt and Canaan in the century before the Exodus. The death of the king was followed by civil and religious war and the loss of the Empire of Asia. The city of Khu-en-Aten was destroyed, not to be inhabited again. The Asiatic officials were driven from the country and the worship of Amen was restored. The ancient Eoikarachans were the preservers if not the founders of astronomy, and they claimed to have been the teachers of the Chaldeans, whom they said were of their own stock and colony from Egypt, see Herodotus, 2-82. The ancient Egyptians were most certainly very close observers of the aspects of the heavenly bodies and gave the science their most profound attention, for if we fully examine the meaning of the different signs of the zodiac, as well as the symbol, we shall find that the various constellations are all named after some event or occurrence which happened in the ancient days of pharaonic history in the land of Egypt. Again, the very fact of the pyramids, in the plains of Giza, standing geometrically correct in relation to their sides facing the four cardinal points of the universe, goes to prove their ability to establish an accurate meridian line. There is no question but they divided the solar year into 12 months and these into 360 days which they afterwards added to the 5 intercalary days, thus making the year very nearly correct. But the name month in their hieroglyphic inscriptions is represented by the crescent moon, consequently we judge from this that their Months must originally have been lunar, although they may have had both lunar and solar. Of this we are not positively certain, and we do not know exactly when the solar month was introduced. These months each had a name, which names have been preserved to us by many writers, and they correspond to those of the Julian year as follows: Ithoth, August, 2. Phaephi September, 3. Athyr October, 4. Koyuk November, 5. Tibi December, 6. Mekir January, 7. Faminoth February, 8. Pharmathi March, 9. Paean April, 10. Paini May, 2. Epiphi June, 12. Masonry July. Kenrick states in his Ancient Egypt, Volume I, page 277, that when the Egyptians established the division of their years into 12 months of 30 days each, they may have reckoned the year at 360 days, but at a very early period they had learned to intercalate 5 additional days. When this great correction of their calendar took place is uncertain. Syncellus, in the later Culus, attributes it to Aseth, one of the shepherd kings, but Lepsius says that he has found traces of the 5 intercalary days, or epigomenocarat as the Greeks called them, in a grotto at Beni Hassan of the 12th dynasty, that is before the invasion of the shepherds. Their introduction into the year was expressed by an ingenious myth. Thoth, Hermes, the god of astronomy and calculation, played dice with the moon and wins from her a 70th, a round number for 70 seconds, part of each of the 360 days of which the year consisted, out of which fractional parts, carat equals carat 5, 5 entire days are composed. These days are consecrated to 5 gods whose worship thus seems to be indicated as of later origin, the first to Osiris, the second to Ores, the third to Typhon, the fourth to Isis, and the fifth to Nephthys. In the astronomical monument at the Ramesseum, a vacant space is left between Masori the last, and Thoth the first, of the Egyptian months, apparently to represent the intercalated days. But the intercalation of 5 days were not sufficient to bring the Egyptian calendar into harmony with the heavens. The true length of the solar year exceeds 365 days by nearly 6 hours. It is evident, therefore, that there would be an error in defect of a quarter of a day in every year, of a day in every 4 years, a month in every 120 years, and a year of 365 days, in 1460 years. Without some further correction the Egyptian year would be an annus vagus, its true commencement, and all the festivals, time of which was reckoned from it, traveling in succession through all the days and months, just as our own were doing, but at a less rapid rate, and in a contrary direction, before the alteration of the style. Herodotus appears not to have been aware that any correction had been applied to the calendar, or indeed required, since he praises the intercalation of 5 days, as bringing back the circle of the seasons to the same point. Diodorus, however, represents the priests of Thebes and Strabo, those of Heliopolis, as knowing the true length of the solar year and intercalating 5 days and a quarter. They furnish no evidence, however, of the antiquity of the practice, nor its adoption in civil life. Indeed, Geminus of Rhodes, who lived in the time of Sylla, expressly says that the priests did not intercalate the quarter day in order that the festivals might travel through the whole year, and the summer festival become a winter festival, and an autumn festival a spring festival. Such a change implies that the original import of the festivals, some of which were closely connected with the season of the year, was no longer obvious. It is even said that the priests imposed on the sovereign at his inauguration an oath that he would keep up the old reckoning and not allow the quarter day to be intercalated. This again points to the time when the priests had become jealous of the civil power, and wished to perpetuate the confusion of the calendar, as the patricians did at Rome for their own purposes. Now, I firmly believe that the ancient Egyptian priesthood was thoroughly versed in all the sciences, but more especially so in that of astronomy, and carefully guarded the secrets of this science from the people. By this means their despotic power was perpetuated, and by keeping them in utter ignorance they could inspire a belief in their supernatural power and wisdom. Their predictions of eclipses of the sun and moon were watched by the masses with awe and superstitious dread. And each time the predictions were fulfilled, these priests were credited with power to foretell other future events, such as years of famine or plenty, pestilence, earthquakes, inundations, or changes in the various dynasties, along with other things of an astonishing nature. They were, in consequence, looked upon as prophets among the vulgar and lower classes. And we can readily see how carefully they would guard their secrets from the profane, that, by their superior knowledge, they might rule them with a rod of iron. I previously stated that the ancient Egyptians worshipped the sun, moon, stars, and the river Nile, as gods, ascribing to them godlike attributes, being symbols to them of the supreme architect of the universe, and to deny the divinity of either, or even permit anyone else to do so, was considered the most horrible crime of which a man could be guilty. Thus through their superior knowledge and wisdom the rule of the priesthood was supreme over those who had not seen the light of initiation and who could not understand the profound truths veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. For this reason an oath was imposed upon the king whereby he was not to divulge the secrets of the veiled mysteries. If we carefully examine the very name Freemason, the dimensions of our lodges, its coverings, its lights, the positions of its officers, etc., etc., we shall find that the astronomical allegories of the ancient Egyptians have been intimately blended with the legend of Osiris, and that these astronomical allegories and symbols are the safe and sacred repositories of a profound theosophical, metaphysical and philosophical an earnest search must be instituted that one may come to an understanding of the sublimity and grandeur of the teachings of the ancient wisdom, embodied in the secret doctrine of the princes and adepts of our glorious ancient and accepted Scottish rite. These have ever striven to make their fellow man and brother wiser and better than themselves, to assist him in following the dictates of his own conscience and the judgment of his higher self, inciting him to be manly, true, self-reliant, and independent. They have always been helpful in resisting spiritual tyranny over their souls and consciences, by those striving to gain power by unworth means, and have ever been faithful unto death to their brother be the wayside. Let me quote you from that very valuable work Stellar Theology and Masonic Astronomy, by Robert Hewitt Brown, 32 degrees, page 35. The sun rises in the east to open and govern the day, and sets in the west to close the labors of the same, while the sun in the south admonishes the weary workman of his midday meal and calls him from labor to refreshment. Dr. Oliver informs us, in his dictionary, that the pedestal, with the volume of the sacred laws, is placed in the eastern part of the lodge to signify that as the sun rises in the east to open and enliven the day, so is the worshipful master placed in the east, to open the lodge and instruct the brethren in masonry. Gadik, another Masonic writer, says, the sun rises in the east and the east is the place for the 2 or shipful master who is placed in the east to open the lodge, and impart light, knowledge and instruction to all under his direction. When it arrives at its greatest altitude in the south, where its beams are most piercing and the cool shade most refreshing, it is then also well represented by The Junior Warden, who is placed in the south to observe its approach to meridian, and at the hour of noon to call the brethren from labor to refreshment. Still pursuing its course to the west, the sun closes the day and lulls all nature to repose. It is then fitly represented by the Senior Harden, who is placed in the west to close the lodge by the command of the worshipful master, after having rendered to every one the just reward of his labor. I have quoted these authorities for the express purpose of showing that I do not stand alone in my assertions. See Chapter 8, of this work. On page 34, Stellar Theology, it is asked, how ought every lodge to be situated? The answer is due east and west. Because, in the language of Dr. Hemming, a distinguished brother and Masonic writer, the sun, the glory of the Lord, rises in the east and sets in the west. It is again asked, what are the dimensions and covering of a lodge? An answer is, its dimensions are without limit, and its covering no less than the clouded canopy or starry-decked heavens. Then the question is asked, how many lights has a lodge? Which is answered by Dr. Oliver, a lodge has 3 lights, one in the east, another in the west, and another in the south. It is thus apparent that not only the position, form, dimensions, lights and furniture of the lodge, but also its principal officers, their respective stations, and duties there, all have reference to the sun. It is my sincere conviction that all the incidents and allegories pertaining to blue masonry, or the symbolic degrees, are true relics of ancient Egyptian astronomy and are permeated with a far more profound meaning than is generally understood by a great majority of the craft today. Let me quote you once more from Stellar Theology, page 109, if we view masonry from a rational standpoint, and contemplate its mystic legends and allegories in their substance, without regard to the modern language, in which they are now clothed, if we investigate the meaning of its ceremonies, without regard to the specific words used in conducting them, if we study the signs, symbols, and emblems, disregarding the erroneous modern applications given to many of them, the great antiquity of masonry is apparent. It is now admitted on all sides that all the ancient mysteries were identical and had a common origin from those of Egypt, a conclusion which has been reached by the same method of reasoning and comparison. The legend of Osiris is the parent stock from which all the others came, but in Greece and Asia Minor the name Osiris disappeared, and that of Dionysus and Bacchus were substituted, while in the Hebrew Tyrian temple legend, the name of Hiram is found. The claim, however, that the legend of Hiram is actual history, descriptive of events which really took place about the time of the building of King Solomon's temple, must be abandoned by the few who still blindly cling to it. Masonry can no longer hope to stand without criticism in this age of inquiry. There is a spirit abroad which does not hesitate to catch antiquity by its grey beard, stare into its wrinkled face, and demand upon what authority, of right reason, or authentic history it founds its pretensions. The Masonic traditions cannot hope to escape examination in its turn, and when it is examined, it will not stand the test, as claiming to be historically true. If, then, we have no explanation to offer, it must be discarded and take its place among many other exploded legends of the past. By showing, however, that it is not intended as an actual history, but is really a sublime allegory of great antiquity, teaching the profoundest truths of astronomy, and inculcating by an ancient system of types, symbols, and emblems, an exalted code of morals, we at once reply to and disarm all that kind of criticism. The Masonic fraternity is thus placed on a loftier plane and assumes a position which challenges the respect and admiration of both the learned and virtuous, the learned because they will thus be enabled to recognize it as the depository of an ancient system of scientific knowledge, the virtuous, because the fraternity also stands revealed to them as having been in past ages the preserver of true worship and the teacher of morality and brotherly love. It has been the boast of Masonry that its ritual contained great scientific as well as moral truths. While this was plainly the fact as to the moral teachings of our fraternity, to a large number of our most intelligent brothers, the key which alone could unlock the Masonic treasury of scientific truth appeared to have been lost. We believe that key is at length restored, for, if the Masonic traditions and legends, with the ritual illustrating them, are regarded as astronomical allegories, the light of scientific truth is at once seen to illuminate and permeate every part. If the explanations given in the foregoing pages are correct, any person who fully understands the meaning and intention of the legends and ceremonies, themables, and emblems of our fraternity, is necessarily well informed as to the sciences of astronomy and geometry, which form the foundation of all the others. And why is not the explanation correct? Have you ever considered the calculus of probabilities, as applied to a subject like this? That masonry should contain a single allusion to the sun, might happen and imply nothing. The same might be said if it contained but 3 or 4, but when we find the name of the fraternity, the form, dimensions, lights, ornaments, and furniture of its lodge, and all the emblems, symbols, ceremonies, words, and signs, without exception, allude to the annual circuit of the sun, that astronomical ideas and solar symbols are interwoven into the very texture of the whole institution, and, what is still more significant, that there is such a harmony of relation existing between all these astronomical allusions, as to render the whole ritual capable of a perfect and natural interpretation as an astronomical allegory, which is also one and complete, is overwhelming, and amounts to a positive demonstration. There are millions of probabilities to 1 against the theory of the allegory being accidental, and not designed. Now, if any earnest man or mason will consider for a very short time upon the origin and antiquity of ancient masonry, he will realize at once that the guilds of practical operative masons of Europe could never have designed or originated our glorious fraternity of masonry. The builders of England, France, Germany, and other European peoples were skilled mechanics and architects, no doubt, for the work of their hands testified to the knowledge to which they had attained, but beyond that they could not go, only in the case, possibly, of some of the more prominent architects, who were, most assuredly, not only skillful in the arts and sciences, but intellectually informed upon the religions and philosophies of the ancients, as well as those of their own age, while the greater part of them were, no doubt, extremely ignorant, outside of their professions, and nearly as well educated as the ordinary mechanic or laborer of our own day. Consequently it would have been simply impossible for them to have founded such an institution as our glorious fraternity, if they had made the attempt. Again, Freemasonry is, as I have previously stated, a peculiar system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols identical with those of the ancient mysteries, a fact which any thoughtful student of Masonry will most assuredly recognize. If he will earnestly study and carefully examine the ritualistic work of the symbolic degrees, compare them with what he can learn of the ancient mysteries, he will certainly come to the conclusion that its antiquity rests upon an astronomical foundation, which can be traced back into remote ages of the past, when all the grand truths embodied in those beautiful allegories were orally transmitted from generation to generation. A thorough knowledge of the diurnal and annual motions of the sun god Ra will furnish a key to open up to his view a knowledge of the sublime meaning which underlies the teachings, or ritualistic work, of our symbolic degrees, leading him on through the lesser and into the greater mysteries to the ineffable degrees of the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Masonry. Christ himself taught by parables, not understood by many of his own disciples, and so it is with the allegories and symbols of Masonry, they are not understood or comprehended, I am sorry to say, by the great majority of our brethren. But they have the key to the solution of them, and if they would only give a little time and attention to the study of those beautiful symbols permeating every one of our degrees, they would soon begin to realize the sublime theosophical and philosophical truths embodied in the ritualistic work of our glorious fraternity. Brother Buck says in his Mystic Masonry, the real secrets of Freemasonry lie in its symbols, and the meaning of the symbols reveals a profound philosophy and a universal science that has never been translated by man, and also states that he desires to share the results of his personal observations with his brothers, because it has revealed to him such priceless treasures, such precious jewels that will lead all who search to far greater discoveries. These jewels, he tells us, have not been concealed by accident, but by design, in order that they might, in some future age, be restored. Even the stone that was rejected and became lost in the rubbish, not only bears an emblem and contains a mark, but is itself, from first to last, with its surroundings, a method of restoration and final use, a symbol. It is the center of a five-pointed star, which is the Kabbalistic sign of man. In one direction, it symbolizes the five senses, lost in the rubbish of passion and self-gratification. When this rejected or lost stone is recovered and sent to the king of the temple, man's higher self, and is recognized and restored, the arch is complete, and the gateway of the senses gives entrance to the palace of the king. The result is light or illumination. Such are the Illuminata. The zodiac is a broad belt in the heavens, 6 degrees wide. It is divided into 12 equal parts, called the signs of the zodiac. Each sign is 30 degrees long and divided in the center by the ecliptic, which cuts them into 2 equal parts, so that the zodiac lies 8 degrees each side of the ecliptic or apparent path of the sun, around the earth, a journey it accomplishes in about 365 days, 5 hours. When I was a boy at school we had an old rhyme by which we were taught to remember the various signs. It is as follows: the ram, the bull, the heavenly twins, next the crab, the lion shines, the virgin, and the scales, the scorpion, archer, and the goat. The man that carries the water pot, the fish with glittering tails. The whole of the stellar world was filled by the ancient Egyptian astronomers with imaginary figures of men, animals, etc., plainly traced all over the heavens. But to that great glittering belt, stretching its serpent-like coil around the starry vault above, which we call the zodiac, they assigned the chief stars, because they laid along the path of their glorious sun god Ra, who, in his journeyings through the 12 signs, enacts the part of Hercules, performing the 12 labors ascribed to him. According to the precession of the equinox, we find that the sun does not reach the same point each year, and the one where he crosses at the opening of spring, coming north, is called the cradle equinox, while the one he crosses on his passage into the southern hemisphere is called the autumnal equinox. He reaches these 2 points, the vernal equinox, on or about the 21st day of March, and the autumnal on or about the 21st day of September, at which time the days and nights are equal in both hemispheres. It reaches the solstitial point in the northern hemisphere on or about the 21st day of June, when the days are longest, and the nights the shortest in the north, and it attains the solstitial point in the southern hemisphere on or about the 21st day of December, when the days are longest and the nights are the shortest, south of the equator. These 2 solstitial points, Cancer and Capricorn, were known to the ancients as the gates of heaven, or the pillars of Hercules, beyond which the sun never passed. These 2 columns are to be found in our blue lodges of today, and they are represented in our rituals as a circle, with a point in the center, between 2 parallel lines, demonstrating the sun between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, or the pillars of Hercules. Albert Pike says in Morals and Dogmas, pag. 465, the image of the sign in which each of the 4 seasons commenced, became the form under which was figured the sun of that particular season. The lion's skin was worn by Hercules, the horns of the bull adorned the forehead of Bacchus, and the autumnal serpent wound its long folds round the statue of Serapis, 2,500 years before our era, when those signs corresponded with the commencement of the seasons. When other constellations replaced them at those points, by means of the precession of the equinoxes, those attributes were changed. Then the ram furnished the horns for the head of the sun, under the name of Jupiter Ammon. He was no longer born exposed to the waters of Aquarius, like Bacchus, nor enclosed in an urn like the god Canopus, but in the stables of Osiris or the celestial goat. He then completed his triumph, mounted on an ass, in the constellation Cancer, which then occupied the solstitial point of summer. Other attributes the images of the sun borrowed from the constellations which, by their rising and setting, fixed the points of the departure of the year, and the commencements of its 4 principal divisions. First the bull and afterwards the ram, called by the Persians the lamb, was regarded as the regenerator of nature, through his union with the sun. Each, in his turn, was an emblem of the sun overcoming the winter darkness, and repairing the disorders of nature, which every year was regenerated under these signs, after the scorpion and serpent of autumn had brought upon it barrenness, disaster, and darkness. Mithras was represented sitting on a bull, and that animal was an image of Osiris, while the Greek Bacchus armed its front with its horns, and was pictured with its tail and feet. The constellations also became nasia-worthy to the husbandman, which by their rising or setting, at morning or evening, indicated the coming of this period of renewed fruitfulness and new life. Capella, or the kid Amalthea, whose horn is called that of abundance and whose place is over the equinoctial point, or Taurus, and the Pleiades that long indicated the seasons, and gave rise to a multitude of poetic fables, were the most observed and celebrated in antiquity. The ancient Egyptians named every star shining in the infinitude of space, and gave to the signs of the zodiac the self-same names they bear today, from some event or occurrence which happened on or about the time of their rising in the east, in the early evening, or just after sunset, in the same manner that the appearance of Anubis upon the eastern horizon indicated the approach of the annual inundations of the Nile, so the various constellations or signs of the zodiac, appearing in the east about sunset, presages of some event of equal importance, or pointed out to them some duty that should not be neglected. As an instance of this, Taurus signified when it was time to plow and till the soil, and to sow the seed for the reaping later on. When Virgo appeared, if old god Nilus had granted their request and overflowed the river banks at the proper time, and permitted the parched and thirsty soil to drink in sufficient to fructify the land and cause the seeds and plants to grow in abundance, then the virgin harvest would soon be red for the reaping. When Cancer appeared, it informed them of the backward movement that is made by the sun, apparently, in his descending course toward the autumnal equinox. The lions, drinking from the river at certain times, indicate the approach of that constellation Leo, followed by the sign marking the summer's solstice, and the silver sickle of this constellation presaged the golden harvest of Virgo. This very welcome sign is represented as a beautiful virgin, holding in her hand the ripened ear of wheat, indicating that the golden grain was now ready for the harvesting. Then joy and gladness would fill the land, the people would rejoice and be happy throughout the land of Egypt. Feasting, festivals and grand processions were all in order during years of abundance, but sorrow, woe, and mourning when gaunt famine appeared. Libra, or the balance carat, told of equal days and nights in both hemispheres. When the lurid Scorpio gazed across the sandy deserts of Arabia, it warned all those who traveled across the trackless waste of sands to be very careful, for on or about the time of its appearance the simoon of the desert would begin to blow and produce terrific sandstorms, so dense and smothery that very often those who were caught in them would lose their lives, not being able to escape from them. At such times the wind would blow, fierce and strong, lifting stones, pieces of shells, etc., to dash them with dreadful force into the faces of unfortunate travelers, cutting the skin and flesh, drawing blood, and often causing intense pain, like the sting of a scorpion, hence the name of this sign. With Scorpio comes the most important signs of the zodiac to the Masonic student, for now the sun, having passed under the malign influence of the venomous Scorpio, becomes weak and weary when commencing the battle with the archer, whose terrible darts wound him full sore, until finally overcome and slain by Sagittarius, and carried off by the terrible Capricornus into the depths of winter Swastis, where he remained for 3 days. Like the goat which climbs the giddy heights of the mountainside, where 3 awning chasms are tremendous, he reincarnates once again and resurrected, comes forth from out the realms of darkness, sin, and sorrow and suffering into grander heights of happiness and immortality. Thus equally and every sign of the zodiac was fraught with a deep significance, but more especially to the initiated, because they, having the key to their esoteric meaning, saw in all the motions of the sun along the ecliptic a most profound, sublime, and philosophical meaning which constituted the base of all religions and philosophies. It is no wonder, therefore, that they viewed with awe and admiration the birth, life, death, and reincarnation of their glorious sun god Ra, for to them it demonstrated that there is no death, and proved the immortality of the soul. The earnest Masonic student who is desirous of proving the antiquity of our glorious fraternity, as well as to identify the teachings of our own beloved Scottish Rite with those of the ancient mysteries, will have ample proof if he pursues his studies along these lines of astronomical ideas and comes to an understanding of the true meaning underlying those sublime and beautiful S3 anvils which have existed since time immemorial. On man of the coins and metals coined in different cities of the ancient world, are to be found carved or impressed the various signs of the zodiac, planets, or stars, showing the high estimation placed upon them by different people in different parts of the world. In India the 12 signs of the zodiac appeared complete on many coins, and on the medals struck to honor Antoninus are to be seen the greater portion of the magnificent signs which adorn the pathway of the sun god Ra, in his journey around the world. Upon the medals of Antioch and the other Syrian cities appeared the ram arrows, and the crescent moon. The ram, Sangal, was the special deity of Syria. The Egyptian Apis, or the sign Taurus the Bew, carat was engraved on the coins of man of the cities of Greece, Athens especially. Many of the coins of Persia bore upon their face Sagittarius, the archer carat. On the medals made in honor of the kings of Comgena, a part of Syria above Cilicia, appeared Scorpio the scorpion. On the seal of Locri, a town in Magna Graecia, was to be found Hesperus, the planet Venus. And on the coins of Zeugma and other towns, which adorn the banks of the Euphrates, in Mesopotamia, was carved the symbol so often and familiarly spoken of in connection with our beloved fraternity Capricornus, the goat. Phoenicians and Egyptians, says Eusebius, were the first who ascribed divinity to the sun, moon, and stars, and regarded them as the sole causes of the production and destruction of all beings. From them went abroad, over all the world, all known opinions as to the generations and descent of the gods. Only the Hebrews looked beyond the visible world to an invisible creator. All the rest of the world regarded as gods those luminous bodies which blaze in the firmament, offered them sacrifices, bowed down before them and raised neither their souls nor their worship above the visible heavens. The Chaldeans, Canaanites, and Ryans, among whom Abraham lived, did the same. The Canaanites consecrated horses and chariots to the sun. The inhabitants of Emesa in Phoenicia adored him under the name of Elagabalus, and the sun as Hercules, was the great deity of the Tyrians. The Syrians worshipped with fear and dread the stars of the constellation Pisces and consecrated images of them in their temples. The sun, as Adonis, was worshipped in Byblos and about Mount Libanus. There was a magnificent temple of the sun at Palmyra, which was pillaged by the soldiers of Aurelian, who rebuilt it and dedicated it anew. The Pleiades, under the name of Sukhbanet, were worshipped by the Babylonian colonists who settled in the country of the Samaritans. Saturn, under the name Ramphan, was worshipped among the Copts. The planet Jupiter was worshipped as Bel or Baal, Mars as Malak, Molech or Moloch, Venus as Ashtaroth or Astarte, and Mercury as Nebo, among the Syrians, Assyrians, Phoenicians and Canaanites. Sanconiathon says that the earliest Phoenicians adored the sun, whom they deemed sole lord of the heavens, and honored him under the name Beelzamon, signifying king of heaven. They raised columns to the elements, fire and air, or wind, and worshipped them, and Sabaeism, or the worship of the stars, flourished everywhere in Babylonia. The Arabs, under a sky always clear and serene, adored the sun, moon, and stars, as Abulfaragius informs us, and that each of the 12 Arab tribes invoked a particular star as its patron. The tribe Hamyar was consecrated to the sun, the tribe of Kamia to the moon, the tribe Misa was under the protection of the beautiful star in Taurus Aldebaran, the tribe Tai under that of Canopus, the tribe Kais of Sirius. The tribes Lacabms and Idoneus of Jupiter, the tribe Assad of Mercury, and so on. The Saracens, in the time of Heraclius, worshipped Venus, whom they called Kabar, or the Great, and they swore by the sun, moon, and stars. Shahayistan, an Arabic author, says that the Arabs and Indians before his time had temples dedicated to the 7 planets. Al-Bukfaragius says that the 7 great primitive nations, from whom all the others descended, the Persians, Chaldeans, Greeks, Egyptians, Turks, Indians, and Chinese, all originally were Sabaeanists and worshipped the stars. They all, he says, like the Chaldeans, prayed, turning toward the North Pole, 3 times a day, at sunrise, noon and sunset, bowing themselves 3 times before the sun. They invoked the stars and intelligences which inhabited them, offered them sacrifices and called the fixed stars and planets gods. Philo says that the Chaldeans regarded the stars as sovereign arbiters of the order of the world and did not look beyond the visible causes to any invisible or intellectual being. They regarded nature as the great divinity, which exercised its powers through the action of its parts, the sun, moon, planets, and fixed stars, the successive revolutions of the seasons and the combined action of heaven and earth. The great feast of the Sabaeans was when the sun reached the vernal equinox. They had 5 other feasts at the time when the 5 minor planets entered the signs in which they had their exaltation. Diodorus Siculus informs us that the Egyptians recognized 2 great divinities, primary and eternal, the sun and moon, which they thought governed the world, and from which everything receives its nourishment and growth, that on them depended all the great work of generation and the perfection of all effects produced in nature. We know the 2 great divinities of Egypt were Osiris and Isis, the greatest agents of nature, according to some, the sun and moon, and according to others, heaven and earth, or the active and passive principles of generation. And we learn from Porphyry that Chereman, a learned priest of Egypt, and many other learned men of that nation, said, that the Egyptians recognized as gods the stars comprising the zodiac, and all those by their rising or setting marked its divisions, the subdivisions of the signs into decans, the horoscope, and the stars presiding therein, which are called potent chiefs of heaven. Considering the sun as the great god, architect, and ruler of the world, they explained, not only the fable of Osiris and Isis, but generally all their sacred legends by the stars, their appearance and disappearance, by their ascension, by the phases of the moon, and the increase and diminution of her light, by the march of the sun, the division of it and the heavens into 2 parts, one assigned to darkness and the other to light. Diodorus also informs us that the Egyptians acknowledged 2 great gods, the sun and moon, or Osiris and Isis, who govern the world and regulate its administration by the dispensation of the seasons. Such is the nature of these 2 great divinities, that they impress an active and fecundating force, by which the generation is effected, the sun, by heat, and that spiritual principle which forms the breath of the winds, the moon, humidity and dryness, and both the forces of the air which they share in common. By this beneficial influence everything is born, grows and vegetates. Wherefore this whole huge body in which nature resides, is maintained by the combined action of the sun and moon, and their 5 qualities, the principles, spiritual, fiery, dry, humid and airy. Now we positively know that without these various principles, nothing could grow, for every seed implanted within the bosom of Mother Earth, requires air to vitalize the life essence, or prana, within its quivering form, and moisture to swell the protoplasmic forces surrounding the germ. Under these conditions, therefore, the spirit lying dormant within the heart of the seed will at once manifest itself in growth and life. These elements were recognized by the nations of antiquity, who looked upon the sun, moon, and stars as the embodiment and symbols of the deity producing these elements, the real and essential cause of both evolution and involution, or of generation and destruction. According to Champollion, the tomb of Ramses V, at Thebes, contains tables of the constellations and of their influence for every hour, of every month of the year. Thus, in the latter half of the month of Tobi, Orion rules and influences, at the first hour, the left arm, Sirius at the second, influences the Hkei, the twins, at the third, the arms, and so on. There is a papyrus in the British Museum, of the age of Ramses III, which contains a division of the day s of the year into Luk and Unelnk_V1s. On the sarcophagus of Ramses IV, the 23 hours are represented, showing the antiquity of this division. Each has a star placed above it and a figure. 12 males, representing the Didash, have their faces turned toward the god Horus, the representative of the sun. 12 females, towards a crocodile, the S3-carat symbol of darkness. In a great astronomical picture from the tombs at Bebl-Eluk, a variety of circumstances connected with the rising and setting of the stars are evidently indicated, but in the present state of our knowledge it is impossible to give the meaning of the e.g. characters. Donald, in his Atlantis, page 454, suggests that, there are actual astronomical calculations in existence, with calendars formed upon them, which eminent astronomers of England and France admit to be genuine and true, and which carry back the antiquity of the science of astronomy, together with the constellations to within a few J-carat years of the deluge, even. On the longer chronology J-carat of the Septuagint, see Miracles in Stone, page 142. Josephus attributes the invention of the constellations to the familiar carat of the antediluvian Seth, the son of Adam, while Origen affirms that it was asserted in the Book of Enoch, that in the time of that patriarch the constellations were all divided and named. The Greeks associated the origin of astronomy with Atlas and Hercules, Atlantean kings or heroes. The e.g. Thracians regarded Thoth, At, or Thoth, or At-Oats, as the originator of both astronomy and the alphabet. Doubtless he represented a civilized people by whom their country was originally colonized. Bailey and others assert that Astronom J-carat must have been established when the summer solstice was in the first degree of Virgo, and that the solar and lunar zodiacs were of similar antiquity, which would be about 4,000 years before the Christian era. The signs of the zodiac were certainly in use among the Egyptians 1,722 years before Christ. One of the learned men of our own day, who for 5th-carat years labored to decipher the hieroglyphics of the ancients, found upon a mummy case in the British /Iseum a delineation of the signs of the zodiac, and the position of the planets. The date to which they pointed was the autumnal equinox of Tly year B. C. 1722. Professor Mitchell, to whom the fact was communicated, employed his assistants to ascertain the exact position of the heavenly bodies belonging to our solar system on the equinox of that year. This was done, and a diagram furnished by parties ignorant of his object, which showed that on the 7th of October, B. C. 1722, the moon and planets occupied the exact position in the heavens marked upon the COFNN in the British Museum, Goodrich's Columbus, page 22. And so it is with all astronomical statements. If we carefully examine them we shall find each and every one to be perfectly correct, and I consider this subject to be of the deepest interest, to not only the /Iasonic student, but to all men who are desirous of comprehending the profound depth of astronomical knowledge pertaining to the ancient people who lived in the golden age of BGYPT. Carat foliage Ajab TTJC Zil Rel 3 Ars Reviptionoi Kamel. Enter CCMPLCS carat, 3 RO 13 Auric columns. Smooth went our boat along the summer seas, leaving for so it seemed a world behind. Its cares, its sounds, its shadows, we reclined upon the sunny deck, heard but the brach chat whispered through the palms, or idly played dith the lithe flag aloft a forest scene on sither side drew its slope line of green. HND hung the water's edge with shade. Above thy woods, Memphis. Pyramids pack peered as WC passed, and Nile's soft a two-erk hue, Gulcamirg mid the grey desert, met the view, carat HCRC hung at intervals the scarce seen sail. Carat. Chapter 18. A voyage up the Nile. Description of tombs and temples. Pro-Doric columns. SJ/FTER leaving Tlyfa 3 we made our way to Wasta, for the per carat pose of getting our mail, and went on up to Beni Suef, by the cars, happy face, as there was little to be seen that would interest anyone on the river between these two places. It becomes quite monotonous, simply watching sandy banks, palm groves, and the same peculiar features of the villages we pass on our way into Upper Egypt. There is very little to occasion amusement or to excite interest in the river scenery until you begin to approach Beni Suef. This town has a population of about 12,000 inhabitants, is located 22 miles from Wasta and 72 from Cairo. It contains both post and telegraph offices and a railway station. The steamers stopping here discharge their freight and passengers, and take on others going to the south. It is very seldom though that passengers are left here, excepting natives, or those Europeans and Americans who intend going into the Fayum, by the road leading to the brick pyramid of it/Lalyun. They sometimes take on passengers who like ourselves have done the Fayum. The wharfs and banks of the river are crowded with quite a number of regular, dirty Nile boats, and there are a few buildings erected close to the river, but the town proper lies quite a way back from the river front. The houses, being built of sun-dried bricks of Nile mud, present no new features to us. It has a bazaar, fairly well supplied with merchandise of the usual articles seen in such places, but there is little of interest in this town, although it presents a very pretty view from the river, for the island is well covered with vegetation of all kinds, and the house of the Khedive looked quite charming peeping out from behind its leaf-carrot screen. The chief industries of Beni Suef are carpet and linen. Of a much inferior quality to what it was in the time of Leo Africanus, when this town was noted for its manufacture of fine linen fabrics. In fact, it used to supply the whole of Egypt with flax, and exported large quantities to the various cities along the Mediterranean Sea. From this place we start to do Upper Egypt in a dahabeah, a mode of travel suiting myself and companions better than any other. It was, of course, more expensive than either cars or steamer, but we realized that wherever we should desire to stop, we would always have our home with us, on the river banks, with such comforts and accommodations as can only be truly appreciated and enjoyed. After long and weary tramping across the drifting desert sands, to examine some ruined tomb or temple, or some point of interest and come back to a refreshing bath, a good meal and the luxuries of a good, quiet resting place is an inexpressible convenience, I can assure you. We had made all necessary arrangements for our boat, before leaving Cairo, to meet us at Beni Suef. On our arrival at that place our dragoman met us, and with the assistance of some of our sailors, we were escorted, bag and baggage, to our clean and homelike quarters, where we found everything as nice and pleasant as could possibly be expected, under the circumstances, as we had arrived a day before our time. Under the superintendence of our bijou of a dragoman we were, nevertheless, soon made as comfortable as could be desired, and that night, after dinner, we sat on the deck of our boat, under the glittering stars of an unclouded sky, smoking our cigars and chatting of the wonders of the Fayum, and on retiring were lulled to sleep the rippling waters of the river Nile. We were in no particular hurry to complete our journey, as my companions and I were going through this extraordinary country for the pleasure of seeing some of the stupendous fabrics belonging to the civilization of a prehistoric age. Accompanied by these genial associates I was going into the valley of the Nile with a determination to see all that was to be seen, and to study for myself the gigantic remains of the tombs, temples, monuments, and mummies scattered promiscuously from one end of this interesting valley to the other, searching for evidences of our glorious fraternity amid the debris of departed ages. Realizing the immeasurable benefits conferred upon mankind by its teachings, descending from generation to generation, through all the vicissitudes and mutations of time, I was endeavoring, by these researches, to arrive at an LLIXQUJX/ILLIOXOO intelligent understanding of the arts, sciences, and philosophies belonging to the ancient Egyptians long centuries before Homer sang of 100-gated Thebes. My companions and I had traveled together through many parts of India, and had done considerable of BGYPT in each other's company. We thoroughly understood each other's peculiarities, and consequently knew that no dahabeah devil could ever disturb the pleasure of our voyage. Our berths had been selected before leaving Cairo, so that now everything had been nicely arranged for our comfort when we went on board our boat at this village of Beni Suef. I had laid in an abundant supply of cigars, and 1,001 other articles I would need during the voyage. My companions had done the same, but before starting we strolled up to the bazaar to make a few purchases, and while they were looking at the various wares exposed for sale, my boy Salami came rushing up to inform us that a fine fresh breeze was springing up from the north and that everything was in readiness for our departure. Consequently we hurried off down to the wharf, stepped on board our dahabeah, the ropes were cast off, the sails hoisted, and we went ploughing along towards the steep and rocky cliffs which adorn the east bank of the Nile. It reminded me of the happy days of long ago, to stand once more on board a dahabeah, to see the great big lateen sails swelling out before a good stiff north wind and hear the water rippling along under our quarter. Our boat scudded along upon the bosom of this famous river, and we watched the ever-changing scenery of the fertile fields upon the banks, with occasionally here and there a village to attract our attention. It was one continuous panorama of cotton, cane, clover, tasseled corn, sweet-scented bean fields, purple lupins, and palm groves, with now and then the whitewashed walls of a sheikh's tomb, or white minaret peeping out from amid the dense foliage surrounding them. The tall black chimneys of some sugar plantation occasionally came into view, while pigeon towers, with clouds of fluttering birds around them, seemed ever to be coming and going. We could hear at times the loud hoarse scream of a locomotive that was passing, the noise of which scared the white paddy birds and others from the banks of the river and the small islands dotting the stream on our way. Ever new village of mud-dried bricks was like the one just passed, and the same river was rushing by, upon whose placid bosom drifted the magnificent barge of the renowned Cleopatra, now cut by the prow of our swiftly gliding boat. How dream the air, and how beautiful the scenery! One must see for himself its wondrous charms, to be able fully to appreciate and enjoy the delightful pleasure of a voyage up the Nile in an Arab boat, manned by an Arab crew and under the supervision of a good dragoman. It was one continuous round of ecstasy to be away from the cares of the world, with its pleasures and its pains. Leaving civilization far behind as we sailed along upon the bosom of a mighty river. Warburton says, in Crescent and the Cross, page I80, no words can convey an idea of the beauty and delightfulness of tropical weather, at least while any breeze from the north is blowing. There is a pleasure in the very act of breathing, a voluptuous consciousness that existence is a blessed thing. The pulse beats high, but calmly, the eye feels expanded, the chest heaves pleasurably as if air was a delicious draught to thirsty lungs, and the mind takes its coloring and character from sensation. No thought of melancholy ever darkens over us, no painful sense of isolation or of loneliness, as day after day we pass on through silent deserts, upon the silent and solemn river. One seems, as it were, removed into another state of existence, and all strifes and struggles of that from which we have emerged seem to fade, softened into indistinctness. This might river has echoed to the demonstrated thoughts of a nation that had risen to wondrous heights of science, arts, and philosophies long centuries before the harps of Israel grew melodious with the songs of David, whose history can be deciphered, not only in the hieroglyphic inscriptions written with pens of steel and bronze and her mummied dead, but also in her works of art which adorn the banks of this grand old river Nile before the dawn of history. These works demonstrate the extent of knowledge to which this ancient people had attained long centuries before Abraham came from Chaldea. Who can tell when Egypt first began to develop, with gigantic strides, her onward march to civilization? How, when, or from whence she received her wondrous knowledge? We know not, and can only partially guess that she received it from the land of the Vedas. We can see the effect of the wisdom that pertained to the people who built the stupendous tombs, temples, and monuments, whose ruins today lie scattered around, from one end of this remarkable valley to the other. Although a great majority of those extraordinary fabrics have crumbled into dust, becoming mixed with the drifting sands of the desert, and blown by the winds of heaven to the four cardinal points of the universe, yet, today, in this 20th century, our most eminent men stand with bowed heads in admiration before the very vestiges of their departed glory. With silent but impressive tongues they impart to us the very thoughts of the people of ancient Egypt, to whose knowledge and skill the world is indebted for these majestic tombs, temples, and monolithic statues, whose very ruins command our most profound respect and admiration. A sight in Upper Egypt never to be forgotten is the imposing effect of the setting sun upon the surrounding scenery. When the heat of the day has passed, the shadows of the palm trees lengthen out and go creeping across the western bank, down into the flowing waters of the river. The deep recesses of the yellow cliffs of the mountains approach closer to the Nile, on the east, taking on a deep violet color, while their faces are lit up with a ruddy golden hue, changing again into a lovely roseate tinge, successively passing through all the colors of the rainbow. On the west bank the palms turn into a deeper bronze against the crimson and gold of the western horizon, and as the glowing sun sank from our view, the mountains in the east changed to a very peculiar greenish-gray color. The heavens above were illumined with an indescribable halo of glory, followed by a deep and beautiful blue, which gradually faded into a deeper and deeper tint, until finally the golden yellow, red, and pink colors gradually dissolved and the blue became more clearly defined. One by one the stars began to appear in the azure vault above, a soft tremulous glow of twilight fell upon the scene, soon to fade away. And another day had passed and gone forever across the threshold of eternity. All that was left to remind us of its passing was the halo of light, the afterglow flashing up from the west gate in streams of light, lasting but for a short time, thus closing the day by the command of the Supreme Architect of the universe, and darkness covered the face of the earth. From out the depths of the gloom came the lowing of cattle, the voices of the fellahin upon the banks of the river, as they returned homeward from their labors of the day, and the swish of the waters of the river as our boat went sailing, with a light breeze, over the shimmering bosom of the glorious river Nile. We passed islands thickly populated with paddy birds, rising in clouds at our approach and flying over to the western shore to disappear among the vegetation which lines its banks. We passed Biba, with its peculiar-looking Coptic convent, whose roof was covered with numerous little mud domes, and noticed quite a number of pelicans, herons, lap wings, purple Nile geese, and heard the shriek of the whistle of a locomotive as it went rushing by, with its motley crowd of passengers. As the sun went down in crimson and gold, the wind died out and our captain sheered the boat into the bank of the river, the tall flapping sails were furled, and we tied up for the night under the glittering stars of an Egyptian sky. Our sailors gathered around the fire for their evening meal, and soon afterward the air resounded to their double pipe and drum. The guttural notes of an Arab love song rang out upon the stillness of the night, every verse of which was sung as a solo, but the last two lines were generally repeated by the whole crew, as a chorus, accompanied by clapping of hands, the beating of drum, and the shrill quick notes of the double pipe. They never seem to tire of singing, and every one of them seems to be fairly good performers on the pipe and drum. This latter instrument is simply an earthen vessel, with a skin stretched over the open end. We afterwards procured 2 good tambourines for them. They usually beat the drum as a tambourine with the open hand. Every night, whether sailing on the grand old river, or tied up to the bank, they gather in a circle and sing their songs and laugh and jest with each other like so many boys, until they tire, when they wrap themselves in their white capotes and seek the drowsy god. Some of these songs are quite humorous, others grave and sentimental. I shall quote you 2 songs that were translated especially for Elliot Warburton and his Crescent and Cross Serenade. I come forth, bright girl, and midnight skies will think that morning's gate uncloses, the dazzled dew will think thine eyes are suns, and vanish from the roses. Allah! How my heartstrings stir! Harp-like, touched by thought of her. Holy Prophet! Blessed be thou! Fairest maiden, hear my vow. The rich red wine seems mantling high within thy cheeks so roseate glowing, and beauty drunkenness through mine eye is all my fevered heart o'erflowing. Blessed Allah! Send thy grace. Blessed Allah, make my face white, before thy presence dread wakes to life the slumbering dead. The following is quite a favorite among the boatmen of the Nile, the mother to her daughter. Mother, my daughter, 'tis time that thou wert wed. 10 summers already have shone o'er thy head, I must find thee a husband, if, under the sun, the conscript catcher has left us one. Daughter, dear mother, one husband will never do, I have so much love, that I must have two, and I'll find for each, as you shall see, more love than both can bring to me. One husband shall carry a lance so bright, he shall roam the desert for spoil by night, and when morning lights up the dark palm tree he shall find sweet welcome home from me. The other a sailor bold shall be, he shall fish all day in the deep blue sea, and when evening brings his hour of rest, he shall find repose on this faithful breast. Mother, there's no chance, my child, of a double match, for men are scarce, and hard to catch, so I fear you Is make one husband do. And try to love him as well as two. Our crew consisted of a reis, captain, a pilot, 12 sailors, one good cook, a second cook, 2 good servants, a man to wash and iron and help in the cabin, one bocarrot cook for the sailors, and a dragoman who had charge of the whole outfit, subject of course to our special desire. These had been outlined in an agreement drawn up at Oitre Consulate, duly signed and witnessed. Yunus certainly admit that the agreement was kept to the very letter, consequently the entire crew were liberally remembered when the question of bakshish was considered at the expiration of our voyage. Ah, what glorious weeks were spent in our journey up that grand old river Nile. This night, especially, was enjoyable beyond expression, as each object around was enhanced and softened by the lovely moonlit rays. The very mountains stood out sharp and clearly defined under the silvery light of the brilliant moon, the radiant stars seemed to sparkle with indescribable splendor and beauty. Old god Nilus flowed quietly by, without a ripple upon its surface, and not a sound disturbed the silence of the night. The very air we breathed seemed full of quiet reverie, a dreamy indescribable feeling seemed to steal over us, and we were lost in our own thoughts. We were in the heart of the land of the Pharaohs, upon the Ver river which bore upon its throbbing bosom the rush cradle wherein slept the infant Osiris, and no doubt these very hills and banks have resounded to the laughter of Mark Antony and Cleopatra, with their attendants, as they floated o'er the flowing waters of the river in her gilded barge. Philosophers and learned men of every age have watched these self-same stars, under just as glorious a sky as shone down upon us that night. As we sat enwrapped in the majesty of its divine light, memories of the grandeur of Egypt in her golden age came back to us, and we saw, in fank the 100-gated Thebes. The glory of Memphian splendor, Statel Heliopolis, and the glorious cities of the dim and misty past, which, in imagination, we peopled again, as in the Dethries of ancient Egyptian splendor, when the arts and sciences were flourishing long before the Sphinx looked to the east. What an extraordinary panorama of events passed in review before us, comprising epochs of advanced knowledge, whose precepts and teachings were to be lost through successive ages, long processions of conquering armies and the domination of the imperial successors, down to the Egypt of today. Our reverie came abruptly to an end, and we retired to our cabin to dream in the arms of Morpheus, of white-robed and leopard-clad priests, and Vestal virgins performing their mystic rites and ceremonies, who crown us with laurel wreaths and lotus buds as they lead us up to their altar of fire to receive the light. As we prostrate ourselves before its radiance, we awake with a start to find the sun god Ra looking down upon us from his throne on high, and the jarring, jangling sound of a gong reverberating throughout the cabin, proclaiming the approach of our morning meal. We took our regular morning plunge into the river, had our coffee presented to us by our dragoman, Hassan, who told us that we were close to the town of Feshin, and he pointed out to us the whitewashed walls of the houses a short distance from the river. This town is situated 24 miles from our starting place, Beni Suef, and 96 miles from Cairo. It is surrounded with thinly cultivated fields, gardens, palm groves, pomegranate trees, a variety of shrubs and all kinds of vegetables. We strolled out upon the bank of the river, gun in hand accompanied by Salami, and in a very short time we shot 2 or 3 brace of red-legged partridges, a couple of dozen quail, and returned to the boat to enjoy our breakfast al fresco. As we sat under the awning, shaded from the glowing rays of the morning sun, our sailors harnessed themselves to the tow line and Reis Abdullah sheared our boat off from the bank, and we went crawling along, accompanied by the sounding voices of the sailors upon the tow path. Soon a light air sprung up, our boat gathered headway as the large sails swelled out, full and round before the freshening wind, when the men dropped the tow line, wrapped their scanty clothing around their heads, plunged into the river and came swimming alongside like so many tritons, with glistening skins and laughing faces, and as we sailed by the water front of Feshin, her sailors seemed to lose themselves in song and music. The sound of the drum, tambourines, and pipes resounded over the river. The people gathered upon the banks and watched us as our boat went gliding by, like some gigantic bird over the sparkling waters. A few miles above Feshin, upon the fast bank of the river, we saw El Kabi or Medinat El Gahil, which marks the site of a very ancient Egyptian town. The site and fortifications can be plainly traced by the remains of the houses and ancient forts said to have been constructed by Menkaperare and Isis Mkabe against invasions from the north, on which side it is most strong fortified. These fortifications run clear down to the river and out upon the rocks. We noticed that many of the bricks used in the building of this town and fortifications were marked with the names of both the high priest of Thebes and his wife. There appears to have been a very fine stone quay or landing place, built quite close to the river, and numerous tombs of all kinds just outside the town. The old city of Hipponon lies a couple of miles from these ruins. Afai to the southeast. In the ancient days of pharaonic history it was the capital of the Xviith nome of Upper Egypt. We passed Elephant Carrot, located quite a distance back from the river, on the west bank amidst fertile fields, palm groves, and gardens. After rounding the bend of the river we saw Malaya and the site of some very ancient mounds, also, on the west bank, but close to the river, and for the first time in quite a distance, fields of waving grain again came into view upon the east bank, and just beyond this vegetation, under the shadow of the Table Mountain of Gebel Shek and Abarak Carrot, we saw the site of an ancient city, which was in the height of its glory during the Roman domination. In this place we found the remains of an ancient flint manufactory, as the ground was literally strewn with flint implements of all kinds. The wind continued to blow softly in our favor, so we kept on our way southward, sailing by the rock shores on the east and turning around the curving bank of the river. We sailed by a large island and discovered Magaga, off to our right on the west bank. Saroy ended by extensive sugar plantations. There is a very large sugar factory here which is well worth seeing, besides a postify ice and railway station. During the cane harvest it is a very busy place, but at other times is quite dull. The river here grew very wide, interspersed with several small islands, and a short distance above the town were numerous sandbars which seemed to be a favorite resort for all kinds of wildfowl. A little farther on we passed Hagar-es Salam Carrot, the Stone of Welfare, which is a large rock in the river, close to the shore. It had received its peculiar name from a superstition existing among the Nile boatmen. They believe a voyage down the river would not be prosperous until it is passed. We now noticed that the mountains bordering the river for quite a distance began to recede toward the east. We passed Sharona on the east bank and Abba on the west, with ruins of ancient cities on both sides of the river. The wind freshened as we went careening along, by sandbars and small islands, inhabited by great flocks of birds who rose in clouds as we neared them. We soon sighted Abuktriga, on the west bank, which boasts of a post office besides a telegraph and railway station. It is a very fine-looking place from the river, centered in a beautiful cultivated plain. The town is about half an hour's walk from the landing, surrounded with fine palm groves, flowering shrubs, and some very extensive mounds. About 8 miles to the west, on the Bahr Yusuf Karat and near the edge of the desert is located Beniza, the ancient city of Oxyrhynchos, Karat in the nome of Sep Karat. A point of departure for all desiring to visit the little oasis or Woji el Bahariya Karat, the oasis Parva of the Romans. It is about 4 days' journey from Beniza and is reached, generally, by sumpter camels of Hish travel about 3 to 5 miles per hour, on the average, although a great deal more can be got out of them if you push them hard. There are a number of inhabited spots in this oasis, but it is very unhealthy on account of the stagnant lakes or ponds of water which exhale a pernicious miasma, dangerous alike to natives and travelers, as it produces a very serious remittent fever, manifesting itself twice a 3 year. In summer and in autumn. All those desirous of visiting this place should therefore do so either in the winter or in the spring, that they may escape the danger of this fever, which is very easily taken. Some fine gardens exist here, the best of which are to be found in the vicinity of El Quashir. All kinds of fruit, such as pomegranates, bananas, oranges, apricots, figs, grapes, etc., grow in abundance. A number of hot springs also bubble up in this oasis, the waters of which have a temperature of about 160 degrees F. Very much finer dates are produced here than in any other part of the valley of the Nile. Their date palms yield in far greater abundance, and the best are called the kaka. It is from the date crop that they derive their principal revenue. The city of Oxyrhynchos el Karat Hos derives its name from a fish which the natives used to worship. The town, today, is of very little importance, the desert sands having drifted into large sand dunes that extend all along the edge of Tli cultivated land, and on Tli southern part of the site of the old city, are mounds covered with sand, above which, have been erected several sheikhs' tombs, while upon others we find large quantities of pottery, bricks, stones, columns, pieces of cornices and very peculiar-looking altar-like stones, which go to prove the existence of a large city here at some time, whose size is demonstrated in the extent of the mounds. There are some very interesting caverns to be seen a short distance to the northwest of the present town of Beniza, one of which is decorated with a series of columns, but we are unable to explore and investigate them, as we would desire, on account of their being filled with water. The city of Oxyrhynchos was, during the 5th century, a stronghold of the Christians, and the town itself was noted for its churches, said to have been 12 in number. History informs us that the diocese contained 10,000 monks and 1,200 nuns. Its Egyptian name was Palmes Karat, and during the Arab domination it had quite a large population. All around Abu Gerga are to be found the ruined sites of ancient towns and cities. For instance, about 3 miles south of this place, and about 1.5 miles from the river, we come to the town of Eloes. The ancient site of Kinopolis, the city of dogs. It is here that Anubis was worshipped and all dogs held in great veneration by the ancient inhabitants, so much so that to kill one was considered the greatest crime which could be committed, and Plutarch tells how a quarrel once arose between these two nomes of Sep and Kinopolis, requiring Roman intervention to settle. The citizens of each nome, as it seems, had killed and eaten the sacred gods, or dog and fish, of the other, which act caused such bitter strife and ill feeling that, as I have before stated, the Roman author Ity Karat had to interfere. Some discussion has arisen as to the proof of the site of the city of Kinopolis. Many historians place it upon the east bank, at Shekfadl, while according to Ptolemy it was situated upon an island of the Nile, but there is no evidence of such an island today, although Murray says, there is reason to believe that one branch of the Nile had been stopped in this spot, which once flowed to the west of Lqes, and this would accord with the position of Kinopolis on an island, according to Ptolemy, and account for the statement of Muckin that Loes was on the east bank. At Shekfadl there are to be found evidences of 2 small temples, the site of which is now occupied by a sugar factory, surrounded by very nice gardens, etc. In fact, there are cultivated fields on the east bank the entire distance from Shek Mbarak, opposite Magaga, to this place Cradle. Not far from here is where Father Sicard found quite a number of dog mummies, and in examining this subject we find the existence of more than one breed of dogs in Egypt in those days. There are in addition many other things which will possess great interest to the traveler or explorer in this vicinity. In the morning we arose to find our boat under wa carrot, with just enough wind blowing to keep steerage way upon her, so we took our toast and coffee, lit a good cigar and went up under the awning to watch the surrounding scenery. As we watched the river bank receding we also noticed that the various sand spits were literally alive with all kinds of birds, such as the snow-white pelican, flamingo, purple Nile geese, ibis, heron, plover, golden snipe, etc., and saw away up in the azure sky an eagle watching its prey, far below him, while the pied kingfishers were plying their vocation. Flocks of sheep and many goats were browsing along the shore, while buffaloes and camels were to be seen under the care of some fellahin, who was driving them along the path by the river, and all the time the songs of our sailors rang out upon the morning air in one continuous stream, like the flowing waters of the river itself, as they never seemed to tire of singing, and to tell the truth we had grown so accustomed to it we were beginning to like it, for it served to break the monotony of our voyage. The gong rang out, and we went down the narrow steps to partake of an excellent meal, after which we came on deck again to see our sailors tracking along the tow path, with their scanty costumes flapping as they went bobbing along, harnessed onto the tow line, and the sound of their everlasting songs ringing out in unison to tramping footsteps. As we watched them the avins sprang up again, the ropes were dropped, they twisted their clothes around their heads, plunged into the river, clambered on board, loosed the great big sails, and once more we went careening along the sparkling waters up towards Kolosana, which is quite a large village on the west bank of the river, 64 miles from Beni Suef, and 136 miles from Cairo. It lies close to the river and presents quite a picturesque appearance from here, with its very fine-looking palm groves and fertile fields. There is both post and telegraph offices here, as well as a railway station. The town is located on high mounds, and the bank of the river at this place is affected by the wash of its waters. On the opposite side of the Nile, on its east bank, is the village of Surariya, and just beyond it are the ruins of some very ancient towns, as well as the remains of a very ancient temple in a rather out-of-the-way place among the rocks, which belonged to the 19th dynasty. The representations upon the walls show that the triad of Sebek, Hathor, and Horus were worshipped here. Ramses III, Horus and the god Sebek, with the head of a crocodile, are plainly to be seen upon the walls. The hills recede close to this place, falling off to the southeast and forming the northern side of the Wadi Edder. To the northwest of its mouth and about 10 minutes' walk from the river are some very fine limestone quarries, wherein we found a painted grotto temple that had been dedicated to Hathor. And inscribed upon it were the names of Ramses II, Mer-Enta, and Seti II. Just beyond Kolosana we passed two large islands, and saw the cars go rushing by on their way south. The wind began to die out and our great sails began to flap idly in the calm of the evening, when our Reis Abdullah again sheared the boat under the bank, and we tied up for the night a short distance north of the village of Samalut. It has a railway station with post and telegraph offices, and lies about half a mile from the river and about 5 miles south of Kolosana. This is quite a large town, conspicuous for a tall and graceful minaret rising from amidst a very fine grove of palm trees. The town is surrounded by fields of cane, clover, beans, etc., and there are some very good sugar factories located here. A little farther on, to the south, and on the east bank, are the lofty and precipitous cliffs Oigcbclct Tur, Bird Mountain. Taking my gun and salami along with me to carry the birds, we strolled down the river towards Kolosana, while Hassan took Musa along with him to make some purchases of butter, eggs, etc., at Samalut, to replenish our larder, while our sailors indulged themselves, by gathering in a circle in the usual way, to sing their customary songs. Salami and I soon had plenty of sport, for he enjoyed the retrieving process about as much I did knocking the birds over. In a very little while we found that we had bagged a lot of quail, over a dozen fine ducks, a few grouse and one very large snow-white pelican that I desired for a specimen. We then returned to the boat in time for my bath, and I dressed just as the gong rang out for dinner. After dinner we went on deck, threw ourselves into our nice cozy chairs under the awning, lit our cigars and watched the glorious sunset and the play of colors upon the high and lofty cliffs of Gebel-et-Tur. It would be simply impossible to express in words the gorgeous coloring, the play of lights and shades, the deep flush of crimson, pink, and gold, with the sweet, indescribable afterglow of a Nile sunset. I have watched the setting sun in many climes and countries, but never have I seen such glorious, inexpressible colorings of a sunset sky as I have witnessed in this wondrous valley of the Nile. I conscientiously believe that to properly understand the history of this country one should begin in the delta of the Nile and make a careful examination of the various ruins of tombs, temples, monuments, etc., as they go up the Nile, as by this means only will they be enabled to see some of the most ancient specimens of Egyptian architecture belonging to many cities which were in the height of their glory long centuries before Romulus and Remus laid the foundation of Rome. All who come into this valley to acquire a knowledge of Egyptian architecture, etc., should, therefore, begin their study while coming up through Gizeh, Saqqara, Madam, the Fajum, Beni Hassan, Tel El Amarna, Karnak, and Luxor to the island of Fils. In this way each and all will be able to trace the peculiar style of architecture from the earliest pharaonic age down to the decline of the Roman domination. Again, before going into the land of Egypt, one should have some knowledge of the history of the country, its people, their manners and customs, by reason of which they would enjoy their journeyings more and would come back far better pleased and with a clearer understanding of what they had seen. Under an awning, especially fitted up for our comfort and enjoyment, we passed many pleasant evenings. We had nice cozy, comfortable chairs, tables, rugs, cushions, etc., with a gun rack quite convenient for our use, as we amused ourselves very often with our rifles and shotguns. We sat and talked on various subjects until we found ourselves yawning, when we retired to sleep. The loud yaloof of Hassan to the crew awakened me, and I found the sun flashing its light above the eastern mountains, and on reaching the deck found our boat was under way, with a light air astir, heading for the tall cliffs of Gebel-et-Tur. It does not take long to reach the landing place on the north side of this mountain, upon whose flat top is located a Coptic convent. This place is also called Drcladia and by many others Ct Bakara because in the days gone by travelers desiring to visit the convent were hoisted up by means of a pulley, but now they land to the north of the mountain and walk up steep rocky steps, which form a sort of path to the summit. But little is to be seen when the summit is reached, except the magnificent view of the surrounding country. The village is walled in and contains a number of squalid-looking houses, occupied by monks and laymen, with their wives and children. The monks claim to be shoemakers, but it seemed to me their principal occupation was that of begging, for no sooner does a boat appear in sight than they rush down to the river and swim off to it, actually fighting their way on board, and beg most lustily for alms, in many instances without a particle of clothing to hide their nakedness, and if the wind is scant they hang around and pester the life out of 3ou. If they are driven off one side of the boat they will very soon appear on the other and in this way will cause you considerable annoyance, so the best thing to do is to give them baksheesh and let them go at their own sweet will. The convent, or church, is a very peculiar one, as it is partly underground, with the choir and sanctuary cut out of the solid rock. It is well worth a visit. There is a peculiar legend attached to this place. The Arabs believe that all kinds of birds flock to this mountain, once a year, in order to arrange the affairs of the whole feathered creation. We came down to our boat and got rid of the jostling mendicant crowd, by going on board, after which our sailors punted her off into the stream, the sails were loosed and once more we were sailing along on our journey south. Our dragoman told us that he was glad we had passed this place in safety, for the last time he was sailing by this mountain a very sudden gust of wind turned the boat upon her beam end. They were extremely fortunate, however, as not a life had been lost on account of the accident, they having righted her again and continued their voyage, minus some of their guns, etc., that were on the Viper deck, and he said from that time he was always 3s on the lookout for squalls while passing that mountain. About 5 or 6 miles to the south of this convent are the site and ruins of Tenna, with its very large mounds, located about 3/4 of a mile from the river, under the rocky cliffs of the eastern mountains, which have dwindled down into hills. A trip to this place will prove of more than passing interest to the traveler, because he will be enabled to see side by side, as it were, both the tombs of the earliest pharaonic age and those that belong to the very latest period of rock tombs of the Lagadi. These tombs are built after the style of those at Memphis and consist of 3 distinct parts, ist. The entrance chamber or chambers. Second, a very deep shaft. Third, the sepulchral vault, wherein is placed the sarcophagus for the mummy alone. The entrances to the different tombs vary in construction, as manj of them are decorated with columns, while a great number are without them, but one thing they nearly all have in common, which is that the walls are all adorned with paintings taken from the daily life of the deceased and his family. It is just from such things as these that we have been enabled to study the manners and customs of these ancient people. The quarries are also very interesting places to visit. In fact, there are many things in this vicinity which will repay one for the time and trouble expended in visiting them. After returning from these jaunts we appreciated our comfortable quarters on board our floating home, as we were invariably tired and weary, but the comfort of a cooling bath and a good rest, after our long rambling tramp, added zest to our appetite for dinner, and fitted us to spend the evening on deck under the glittering stars, talking of these most extraordinary relics of ancient Egyptian splendor, constituting an ample recompense for the additional trifling expense. As there was no wind we tied up for the night, and long after the others had retired I sat up writing to friends at home and arranging my notes of the day for future use. I slept remarkably well and did not awake until Salami told me that the first gong had sounded for breakfast, and was surprised on looking out my cabin window to see our boat crawling along, drawn by our sailors on the towpath, and to hear the same old inimitable refrain echoing over the waters. So, with rowing and punting we managed to reach Minia. It is a very pretty and prosperous town 153 miles from Cairo, very nicely located on the west bank of the river. It contains post and telegraph offices and a railway station. Minia is quite an important town, having a population of over 16,000 inhabitants, with 2 fairly good hotels and a number of stores, where one can purchase nearly all they may need, from different varieties of Manchester goods, to jams, jellies, patent medicines, etc., etc. A market was held here every Monday, and as we visited this place Saturday we agreed to remain over so that Hassan could buy the necessaries for our journey south. It was here in Minia that the first sugar factory was established. In the land of Egypt, which is there today, not as it used to be, but very much enlarged and improved, with all the latest modern machinery. The inhabitants of this place are not very prepossessing in their appearance or their manners, and are generally very dirty, many of them swarming with vermin. Ophthalmia and other diseases are quite prevalent among both sexes. In many places throughout this country, 1 out of a score of people you meet, are either totally blind or partially so. I will venture to say that you may travel the wide world over and never in all your wanderings find so many one-eyed people as you will in the land of Egypt. The streets are extremely narrow, and very dusty, haveth no sidewalks, being usually filled with an ill-smelling lot of sullen, unfriendly, thieving people, both men and women. We spent our Sunday on board the boat, arranging our notes, until the evening, when I went on shore and strolled off down the river, accompanied by Salami. On turning back toward our floating home we met a gentleman who was, like ourselves, out for an evening walk. I entered into conversation with him and found that he was returning to his home in England, after having spent a number of years in India. I invited him to dine with us, which invitation he most courteously accepted, and we spent the rest of the evening and far into the night talking of the land of the Vedas, Egypt, and ancient masonry, of which I shall speak in the next chapter. The next morning we arose early and went on shore to visit the bazaar and marketplace. Hassan bought what he needed and I purchased a good supply of candles and magnesium wire to be used during our explorations among the tombs and temples farther south. Everything in the nature of vegetables and fruits, as well as chickens, ducks, geese, turkeys, etc., were very cheap. Hassan bought a very fine sheep for our crew for $4, chickens sold for 10 cents each, ducks the same, fine live geese from 35 cents to half a dollar, pigeons sold for 25 cents a dozen, while very large and excellent turkeys sold for 75 cents each. What a surging, dirty, clamoring crowd they were, yelling and shrieking at the top of their voices, bargaining one with the other for their ware. The burning sun during the time we were there was beating down upon us its fiery rays, and the dust, rising in smothering clouds, from the incessant tramping of feet, made the air suffocating, and I was glad to get away from the place to enjoy myself with a good cigar on board the boat, watch the people walking on shore and the various boats and steamers upon the river. Minya is a very bus-carried place during the cane harvest, when the sugar factories are running. This is the proper time to visit them, to witness the process of extracting the janice, boiling, etc., which enters largely into the production of sugar. I sat here under the awning smoking and watching the people pass and repass, and the old fellow who keeps guard at the gate of the Khedive's summer palace, and the boats upon the river, until the gong rang for dinner. As there was no wind we concluded to remain at this place overnight, on account of which the captain and crew had a grand fantasia, inviting a great many people from the other boats around us. As soon as our men began to beat their drums and tambourines the river bank became crowded with people listening to both the vocal and instrumental music, not only of our own crew but that of their friends as well. They blew their pipes and beat their tambourines and drums, singing and dancing and performing various comic and grotesque antics, in fact, having one of the greatest times with this fantasia, burning fireworks, etc., that we had ever witnessed. They kept it up for I do not know how long, as I went to bed and slept quietly all through the night. Shortly after breakfast a light air sprang up that was favorable for us, so our sails were loosed, the boat punted off into the stream, when she soon began to gather headway, and off we go once more to the sounding songs of our sailors and the loud benedictions of the friends of our crew. We passed the thriving little town of Swati, on the east bank, with its large sugar plantations, but we did not stop to examine either the mounds or the ruins of the town, said to be located there, but kept on, sailing by a rather large island, and as the wind began to freshen we soon came up to Nxlat-Ezewaya, a small village, around which there are many very interesting things to be seen. All the way from Swati to Tel El Amarna one can find ruins of tombs and temples, as well as very extensive quarries of the Roman period, but we did not stop to examine any, as we are very anxious to get to the tombs of Beni Hassan and explore them. About 5 miles from Minya we arrive at and pass Zaywayat El Mayadin, at which place is located the modern cemetery of Minya. In viewing their method of disposing of the dead today, and the ferrying of the bodies across the river, accompanied by the ululations of the women, will recall to the observer the same peculiar custom of the ancient Egyptians during the Golden Age of Egypt. 3 times a 3 year, in certain months, somewhere about the full of the moon, these people of Minya go over to their dead and make their offerings to them of dates, palm branches, etc. A short distance from here to the south, are The celebrated Red Mounds, a most interesting place to visit on account of the early tombs that were discovered here. It used to be in the days of the 12th dynasty, possibly earlier, a manufactory of pottery and alabaster vases, and no doubt many beautiful specimens of the handiwork of these people have been recovered from the tombs and temples in the different parts of Egypt, which are to be seen today, in the various museums throughout the world. A great number are still, doubtless, lying undiscovered beneath the shrouding sands of the desert. The ancient name of this place was Habu Karat, and it belonged to the nome of Ma Karat in Upper Egypt. Beni Hassan was at length reached, and we could see with our glasses the tombs and grottos that have been hollowed out in the side of the mountain. We had been warned by travelers and friends to be careful and have a good watch set both night and day Karat while stopping in this place, for it is noted as being one of the worst places for thieves to be found on the Nile. The villages have been the rendezvous for thieves for many long years. In fact, the old village was destroyed by order of Ibrahim Pasha, on account of the disreputable character of the inhabitants. XUJQQLLO go CDO1 Karat O. Tense, but they have returned again and rebuilt their hovels, and now the only thing to do is to keep a strict watch for them, both day and night. We gave our men extra baksheesh to be doubly careful during our stay. The tombs are located 2 miles from where we landed, so we hired donkeys, took candles and magnesium wire along, that we might examine their interior parts. We started upon our way, through palm groves and sand dunes, toward the mountains, our donkey boys making directly for one. A special tomb, and that one is decorated with Doric columns. One of the first things we carefully examined was the columns at the entrance of this tomb, which most assuredly astonished us, as they were purely and simple Doric. After very careful examination, both of the outer and interior columns, we most certainly agreed with many other authorities that the Doric order must have originated in Egypt, and that here in this very tomb were evidences of this fact. Champollion calls them Proto-Doric Karat or Pre-Doric Cobims. And Lepsius bears out this assertion in his account of these remarkable columns. The entrance to the first tombs is noted for its 2 beautiful octagonal columns, and in the inside chamber 4 16-edged, fluted columns, referred to above, supporting 3 very fine painted arches. At the end of this chamber is a recess containing the dilapidated statues of the deceased and his 2 wives. He was named Amenaviha Karat or Afiani Karat after a king of the 11th dynasty. In the inscription which is upon both sides of the doorway, or entrance to the chamber, is an historical account of himself telling us that he was a general of infantry under Usertesen I and governor of the nome of Sa. The paintings in this tomb are very interesting, but unfortunately they are not as bright and fresh as when T first saw them some years ago, but still they are well worthy a careful study. The next tomb that we visited was that of Khnumhetep, or Numhotep, who was a priest of Horns and Anubis. The pictures in this tomb, as I have said, are deserving of careful study, because, from such paintings only are we able to come to an understanding of the manners and customs of the people living in the golden age of Egyptian history, for here, like in the tomb of Ti, we may see carpenters, boat builders, weavers, potters, fullers, bakers, sculptors and others working at their trades, while other pictures represent scenes of plowing, sowing, reaping, harvesting, threshing and storing the grain, etc. Another represents a Nile boat taking the mummy of the deceased to Abydos, the grave of Osiris. There are fishing and hunting scenes, etc., etc., all of which are extremely instructive. This tomb contains a very interesting painting upon the north wall, representing the immigration of some Semitic tribe, for they all have very prominent aquiline noses and pointed black beards which plainly denotes their nationality. They are clothed differently from the Egyptians around them, and are evidently the advance guard of a new race into Egypt. It is the most ancient painting ever discovered, showing the immigration of an Asiatic race which afterward played such an important part in the government of this country. We also visited Spkos Artemidos Karat, a grotto, very much like those of Beni Hassan. It is called by the Arabs stable enter. This tomb was founded by Hatasu, or Thutmose III, of the 18th D3 Masti. We did not remain very long at this tomb, as it was getting on towards sun down, and we were among a very hard class of people, so we mounted our little donkeys and rode back to our floating home. But before we reached the river I bought a few scarabs, a couple of mummied cats which bore their ear marks in the smell, for although it must have been 30 sen turies since they made night hideous with their yowlings, the odor of cat was plainly distinguished when handling them. When we arrived at the river and our boat, the wind was blowing fair, so just as soon as we stepped on board the sails were loosed and off we went once again, still toward the south. We had time enough to take our bath and smoke a cigar when the gong rang out for dinner, and our craft was bowling along before a good stiff breeze which would soon put us into Rota, 9 miles from Beni Hassan. When we came on deck again the sun had set, the stars were out in all their resplendent glory. The wind was fair and our reefs pointed out the lights of Rota, which we soon reached. The sails furled and our boat made fast to the bank of the river. We again took seats under the awning, where, before we had finished our cigars, the crew had formed their circle and the pipe and drums rang out with the fluttering tambourines. I did not stop up to listen to their songs, but went down to sleep, as I was tired and weary from my ramblings amidst the tombs or grottos of Beni Hassan. Ilng 5 Able I 3 CGRCC Esk Fjogfjates on El Ecclesiastics. Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days see not, nor the years draw ntgh, when thou spalt say, I have no pleasure in them. Ecclesiastes 12:1. Chapter 19. Ineffable Degrees. Thoughts on Ecclesiastes I. Nr. F. 5. The symbolic degrees are those conferred in the Blue Lodge and known as, ist, the entered apprentice, second, the fellow craft, and third, the master mason. These degrees are recognized throughout the world universal as the most ancient. All those who have taken them have the prerequisite of being elected to the higher degrees of the York Rite, or to be inducted into the sublime and ineffable degrees conferred in our own beloved ancient and accepted Scottish Rite bodies of both the northern or southern jurisdictions. That is, providing the applicant is in good and regular standing, in some regularly constituted lodge, working under a charter or warrant from some Grand Lodge in the United States of America, or in good and regular standing in any foreign lodge that is recognized by the Grand Lodges of the United States of America. Then, if the applicant is found worthy and well qualified, he will, most assuredly, be elected to receive those sublimely beautiful degrees from the 4th to the 14th inclusive, which are called ineffable, in order to distinguish them from the symbolic degrees of the Blue Lodge. These degrees are known as 4 degrees Secret Master, 5 degrees Perfect Master, 6 degrees Inthnate Secretary, 7 degrees Provost and Judge, 8 degrees Intendant of the Building, 9 degrees Elu of the 9, 10 degrees Elu of the 15, 11 degrees Flu of the 12, 12 degrees Master Architect, 13 degrees Royal Arch of Solomon, 14 degrees Grand Elect or Perfect Elu. I have shown, in a previous chapter, that the first 3 degrees of blue masonry are based upon the ancient astronomical allegories of the Egyptians, whose astronomical ideas and solar symbols are intimately woven into the very heti of our glorious fraternity. The whole of which will be very readily understood and comprehended by the Masonic student who has risen to the sublime heights of the ineffable degrees of our own beloved Scottish Rite Masonry. They are indescribably grand, sublimely beautiful, and truly ineffable. They can only be acquired, thoroughly appreciated, and learned by all those who pass from the square to the compasses whose swinging leg circumscribes every moral virtue. They will then be enabled to thoroughly understand the true value of secrecy, obedience, and fidelity, and in passing from one to the other our aspirant will soon realize that there is a vast difference between the York and Scottish Rite of Masonry. He will realize that just as soon as he steps across the very threshold of Scottish Masonry, on his way to the higher degrees in our Lodge of Perfection, that he is entering upon a rich field of intellectual research so vast and so grand that our neophyte will scarcely realize the sublimity and grandeur of its teachings. At first he will be so blinded, as it were, by the refulgent glory, that he will but dimly sense in darkness visible the sublime ceremonies, and from out their profound depths he will in silence begin to realize that he carries the light of all knowledge within his own heart, within his own grasp, and will come to an understanding that, in order to acquire knowledge, we must look within for the light of truth and wisdom. Let me state right here, that I earnestly desire my readers to know that the key to each degree is the aspirant himself, and we must ever remember that it is not the fear of God which is the beginning of wisdom, but the knowledge of self which is wisdom itself. We gain knowledge and information in reading the thoughts of others, but we only attain wisdom or become wise when we 7 thoughts, or think for ourselves. By the light of truth and wisdom we ponder upon death, and realize that there is no deitli, and that there is no inorganic matter, that all molecular forms are pulsing with life, and so far as this physical body of man is concerned, the old shard, or shell, the personality at death passes away never to appear again in that form. Every atom and molecule that went to build it, disintegrates and becomes the dust of the earth once again, while the individuality lives, the immortal part of man never dies, but endures forever. This separation of the personality and the individuality is most beautifully described by Sir Edwin Arnold, as, faithful friends. It lies, I know, pale and white, and cold as snow, and yes, Abdullah's dead. Weeping at the feet and head. I can see your falling tears, I can hear your sighs and prayers, yet I smile and whisper this: I am not the thing you kiss, cease your tears and let it lie. It was mine, it is not I. Sweet friends. What the women lay for its last bed in the grave, is a hut which I am quitting, is a garment no more eating, is a cage from which at last like a hawk, my soul has passed. What ye lift upon the bier is not worth a wistful tear, 'tis an empty seashell, one out of which the pearl is gone, the shell is broken, it lies there the pearl, the all, the soul is here. Now the long, long wonder ends, yet ye weep, my erring friends, while the one whom 5 call dead in unbroken bliss instead, lives and loves you lost, 'tis true, for the light as shines for you, but in the light ye can not see of undisturbed felicity. Lives a life that never dies. What we call death comes to every one, it meets us everywhere, is ever by our side, and yet we should not fear it, for it is that which opens for us the portals to a life eternal. We must ever remember that it is our bounden duty to live so as to become perfect masters in very deed, and carefully follow the teachings that are embodied in our ineffable degrees. Doing unto others where you would justly I that they should do unto you, then will wisdom, power, and benevolence lead your footsteps onto higher planes where peace and concord reign supreme. Be zealous in the cause, faithful to yourself and brother, benevolent and charitable to the needy, ever striving to be the peacemaker, and you will be most assuredly recompensed in attaining a just reward, perfection. Thus will you be qualified to do good and instruct your brother in all of these truly ineffable degrees of our beloved Scottish rite of Masonry. Through all your life, in your dealings with your fellow man, whenever placed in a position to do so, /Zakavs dispense ivaparial justice to all. For it hath been written, with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. Causes that are sown by every individual, each moment and every hour, produce their effects, and justice rules the world. The mighty will of karmic law brings to every man the karmic effects of his every act, his every thought. Our beloved rite teaches us that we live in a world of our own making, or creating, and that all the thoughts generated in our brain go forth from it with a potent carrot for good or evil. As they pass on in their mission, through the universe, they come in contact with others, for like attracts like, and they will receive from them some subtle essence, returning to the source from which they emanated far more heavily charged with powers for good or evil, and we shall reap the affects in bitterness of heart, or inexpressible J03 and happiness, as the case may be. We cannot, by any possible means, escape from ourselves, YB/C/RFZW. Thoughts are our ajm judge, that is unerring, precise, and true. Eventually these very judgments will accumulate around us until we shall finally stand fully revealed before ourselves and our brothers as we actually are good and true, or false and fors/vorn. If we will only pause to consider, we shall realize how unqualified we are to judge of the actions of our fellow men, and consequently should not, under any circumstances try to do so, as in the first place we have not the ability nor the necessary means to judge O-1, and for the best of all reasons, we have not the three great requisites of a judge, like the supreme architect of the universe, omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience. We should most assuredly thoroughly understand that each and every one of us is capable only of judging of but one person, and that one is ourself. And right there our judgment should cease. We should also know that judging and discriminating are two different things, and if we may not judge we can discriminate. For instance, in recognizing a fault in our brother we should not judge him for it, but rather sympathize with him in his inability to rise above it. Therefore, it is our duty to give him generous sympathy, and not to be harsh with him, because he is entangled in the meshes of an irresistible force which compels him to act in the manner that he does. Each and every one of us possess those finer senses by which we are enabled to distinguish an hypocritical foe from a true friend, and by the development of which we can readily tell the true from the false, and develop a force that will give us help, in our everyday life, among our brothers by the wayside. There are a great many deeds performed by many men, deeds that we execrate, yet, if we ourselves were placed under the same conditions, and compelled by similar forces, we would doubtless act in the self-same way. Therefore judge not, but if you are compelled or called upon to do so, decide justly and impartially, and do justice to all men. Every brother who has attained to the honor of intendant of the building should work most earnestly and faithfully for the benefit of our glorious Scottish Rite in particular, and Masonry in general, making charity and benevolence his watchwords, and practicing these virtues every hour and every day of his life. It will be his especial duty to make himself thoroughly familiar with the esoteric teachings of Masonry and Masonic jurisprudence, so that he will not be a mere drone among the zealous workers of this degree, but advance along the Masonic road which will ultimately lead him to those of perfection, so that he may be enabled to explore the profound depths of philosophy that lie beneath the surface of each and every one of our supremely beautiful ineffable degrees. In his endeavors to discover the true meaning of the symbology that permeates each and every one, he will most assuredly discover that they were intended to reveal far more than the symbol itself, for, as previously stated, symbols were made to conceal, and not to reveal, in the generally accepted meaning of that word. It will only be, therefore, after long and earnest study, and profound meditation, that he will come to an understanding of their iria significance. In the twinkling of an eye their meaning will finally flash across his brain and illuminate his mind, revealing to him the fact that Masonry is devoted to all truth, not alone to science and philosophy, but more especially and particularly to political and religious truths as well. Many of our degrees were created in order to reward those Elus who had proved their worthiness to our glorious fraternity by their obedience, fidelity and devotion, not to the fraternity only, but to the cause of suffering humanity, the destruction of ignorance, and the liberty of the people. It is the duty of every brother to work earnestly and untiringly, in the interest of his fellow man, his country, the destruction of tyranny and fanaticism, and to champion the rights of the people against intolerance, bigotry, and persecution. Masonry sits apart from all plots and conspiracies, and does not countenance either licentiousness or anarchy, but will always be a power for liberty and justice, believing that every man has the right to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience, that no man or body of men, have a right to condemn another's faith or belief because it does not agree or conform to their own conception of right or wrong. All really good and true men, as well as Masons, are alike in their ideas respecting all forms of worship, as they tolerate all opinions, establishing a fellowship with all worth men, without distinction to race, creed, caste, or color. True Masons are charitable to the faults of others, self-sacrificing to all men, speaking and acting well toward others, and if, by any means, they cannot speak a good word in praise of their fellow man and brother, they prefer to remain silent, rather than say anything evil of anyone. Masonry is not a religion, and he who would make it such falsifies its claims, as the Hindu, Brahmin, Parsi, Jew or Christian can each, one and all, become members of our beloved fraternity, provided they are found worthy and well qualified. Members of all denominations are to be found in all our lodges, chapters, councils and consistories throughout the world universal, and be he either Jew, Gentile, Hindu, Brahmin or Muslim, his belief will be respected by each member of our most glorious fraternity. Of course many pass through our portals, who are not worthy, and we are compelled to admit that there are black sheep within our fold, but by the eternal God, Masonry never painted them black, for they were black at heart long before their petition was presented for admission into our beloved fraternity. In entering the fold of Masonry, the first promise that is made by our aspirant is that he will learn to subdue his passions and improve himself in Masonry, and this pledge must be given before our aspiring candidate can advance one step along the path which leads to light and truth. As herein before stated, a man by simply joining a Masonic lodge, does not at once become a good or better man. Its sublime teachings point out the path he should follow in order to perfect himself in Masonry, and it lies entirely with himself, whether or not he will ever learn to subdue his passions. In all our institutions black sheep crawl in among us by some means or other, certain it is they get there, just as in our churches of all denominations. We find some of the clergy themselves, black-hearted, entirely unworthy the position the occupy. For my part I am truly sorry for this deplorable condition of things, and simply point out the fact of its being so. The only way that I can see to remedy this evil, is, for the examining committees to be more careful in searching for the true character of the applicants, and not depend upon their reputation. For it is not always safe to depend upon the reputation of anyone. For this reason a man may have a good reputation and be apparently a grand good man, a jolly, jovial companion, but at heart he may be a most damnable, black-hearted scoundrel. In conclusion let me say this: do not look at the fiatial condition of your treasonry bnt rather to the character of the applicants themselves for the entbildung of our beloved fraternity. What right has any man, or body of men, to persecute and condemn another because he does not, and cannot, believe as others command him to do? There are no two men constituted alike, neither are there two things exactly alike in the universe, consequently no man should be censured or praised because he believes that Christ has come, neither should we blame our fellow man because he believes that he is yet to come, or find fault with any man if he believes that he never will come, but, firmly believing that Christ, or the Christ principle, dwells in the heart of every man, and that every individual must be his own Savior to work out his own redemption. My dear brothers and kind friends, if the so-called light of the new dispensation is not visible to either him or them, assuredly it is not your fault, nor their misfortune. Truth to one may not be truth to another, what may appear perfectly consistent to me, may seem to be the height of absurdity to yon and others, but your thinking so does not make it so. Consequently we j/I/ts/ certainly realize at some time, that it is one of the greatest of crimes for any man or body of men to condemn and punish others, simply because they do not believe as they do. The Hindu, Brahmin, Jew or Muslim, has just as much right to condemn, persecute and punish us, as we have to revile and persecute them. There is no particular merit in a man being a Jew, Gentile, Mohammedan or Hindu. No matter what his faith may be, it is dependent in a great measure, upon his birthplace, and to the mother who bore him, for he drinks in with his mother's milk the faith and belief which belongs to her. We shall find that these teachings are, in many instances, the most lasting. Because he is so constituted as to need some system of worship, concrete and tangible, upon which to focus his hopes and aspirations, consequently he follows the form of worship, whose basic principles and rules, he learned at his mother's knee. It is self-evident that the country wherein we are born, and the religious belief of the mother, are evidently mighty factors in the production of a belief in one thing and disbelief in another. All that Masonry demands of her applicants is a belief in the one great God. 77/*. Supreme Architect of the Universe, who holds the solar system within the hollow of his hand. As Grand Master Architects, we are, or should be, thoroughly familiar with the various instruments belonging to this most beautiful degree, because it is actually necessary for the aspirant to thoroughly understand everything pertaining to one degree, before entering upon another. Every sign and every symbol should be thoroughly comprehended by our aspiring brothers. They should earnestly study and carefully examine each and every one, in order to comprehend their trite meaning, for the most elementary symbol will make some demand upon their intelligence and attention, therefore a most profound study will be required before they will understand the beautiful lessons which they teach. Then will they increase their knowledge, be in a far better condition to discharge the duties allotted to them, and better able to instruct other brethren in need of more light. It is far better to have wisdom than riches, for the wise are glad of heart always, while riches will take to itself wings and fly to the four corners of the earth. Wisdom will remain with thee, and bring thee glory and honor when thou shalt, by earnest study and profound meditation, embrace her and hold her in thine arms, within thine heart. Then will she abide with thee and crown thee with glory that shall never die, for the words and deeds of the truly wise will live forever. Life and time are but a point within a circle, the center of eternity. And that point in the center is a fitting emblem of the deity, like the pole star in the starry vault above, self-centered in the boundless blue, calm dweller of the vast unknown, forever tender, strong, and true. Serenely from her distant throne, he gazes down the voiceless deep, while worlds are drifting at his feet, and mighty constellations sweep round him like an endless fleet. The northern Icaratites across him flame, the Glurhoff their dancing spheres, the morning star beneath him sing the chorus of creation's years. And while systems sink and rise, and planets to each other nod, the light streams from his tranquil eye, as steadfast as the love of God. Reynolds, of Lebanon Lodge, Tacoma, Washington. When the sun has set in the golden west, and the evening star rises in the east, then will shine resplendent in the starry vault above the glorious pole star which guides the mason o'er the stormy seas of time, and the mariner o'er the trackless waste of waters, as true as the word of God himself. The various degrees of architecture are emblematical to us of the 5 different divisions of the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of masonry, T/ZE Tuscan of the 3 blue degrees or the primitive masonry. The Doric of the ineffable degrees, from the 4th to the 14th inclusive. The loin of the 15th and 16th, or the council degrees. The Corant lion of the 17th and ISTH, or the chapter degrees. The composite of the high degrees from the 19th to the 3/2d inclusive. We now pass from the working tools of the architect and geometrician. The trestle board, with all of its geometrical problems, we leave behind us and advance towards a profound philosophy, and every degree we now receive is a step in that direction. Therefore, we now devote our time to researches among the ruins of ancient temples, and to the history concerning them, wherein was discovered the luminous pedestal, cubical stone, and the ineffable long-lost word, belonging to the grand elect and perfect mason. The luminous pedestal, emblem of the physical body of man, is lighted up from within by the light of reason that permeates the heart of every man, and by which he turns the pages of the book of Naughty Lve Carat and Zevils in the sublime and profound truths revealed to him, through the divine light emanating from his own heart. The physical bod carat of each and every man is a great and glorious temple, not made with hands. No sound of a gavel was heard at its construction. The winking of an eyelid puts to shame all mechanism, and man's higher self is the light within, a spark from the divine essence. I ask you, my dear reader and brother, to turn up that glorious light of your higher self, so that it may illuminate our inner vision. Turn it up, good and strong, that you may be enabled to discover on your higher self, and the potential forces latent within you, then will you realize that all things are within your own grasp. The cubical stone is a fit emblem of the deity, because it contains, in miniature, all things in the cosmos. The master artist, given an ashlar and proper tools, is capable of carving from it anything of which his mind may conceive, no matter what the thing may be. Therefore, the ashlar, or cubical stone, T3, pifies the deity himself, through whom are all things made manifest. He contains within himself all things, and he is, himself, all manifest or unmanifested nature. COUJC/LLIQ, LLOUJ_IUJ. The lost word we shall devote to another chapter, for now we gird upon our loins the sword of knighthood, and with golden spurs enter the philosophical field of investigation, in search of more light. Every Scottish Rite Mason, every Trinity Mason, is loyal to the cause of liberty, equality, and universal brotherhood because he knows full well that he himself is part of the divine whole carat and that his fellow man is another part, with equal rights to live, breathe, and believe in a deity according to his capabilities. Every true Mason will zealously assist his fellow man in the upbuilding of the symbolic temple, the holy house of the HIGJESE/F, wherein he will find, not only the altar of self-sacrifice, but the carat and tascaraya, or the bridge that separates him from all for which his soul has yearned and longed, and he will realize that the letters LDP means something more than to simply pass over the three spans of ignorance, bigotry and intolerance. There was a time when our ancient brethren were not allowed to think or act as their conscience dictated. Death was the penalty to all who belonged to our glorious and beloved fraternity. It was proscribed, but still it was equally feared and dreaded. It was at this time that the meaning of the letters LDP was veiled from the profane, and only understood by those who had assisted in the building of the temple, Whitly the trowel in one hand and the sword in the other. They recognized that the words of which the letters are simply the initials signified liberi de pensa, that is liberty to think, or freedom of thought and conscience, with political and religious liberty akatsa, to which all good and true Masons have ever devoted themselves. The bridge which spans the stream symbolizes the passage from ignorance to wisdom, from slavery to freedom, from spiritual bondage to spiritual freedom. In attaining to this glorious heritage of man, we must distinctly understand that it is not gained in a day, but only after a long and continued struggle with our animal passional nature can we hope to accomplish the subjugation of our lajser and in doing this we will have performed a deed greater than he who conquers a nation. We shall then be enabled to subdue ignorance and bigotry, trample beneath our feet intolerance, vice, and superstition, and pass across Antascarana to freedom, in the fullest sense of the word. It has been written that the initiates were many, but few wear the thyrsus carat. And how few are there worthy? Every brother should prove his devotion and fidelity to our beloved fraternity and himself by deeds, not by words alone, then will not his merit go unrewarded. Did you, my dear brothers and readers, ever realize the profound depth of philosophical thought veiled in the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes? The beautiful and sublime significance is not very easily understood until we solve the meaning underlying the figurative language used therein. Therefore, for our special edification, we will endeavor to explain and interpret its true meaning, so that you may be enabled to realize its significance and beauty. Verse I, remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the 3 years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. Second, while the sun, or the light, or the moon, or the stars, be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain. Third, in the days when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease because thny are few, and those that look out of the windows be darkened. Fourth, and the doors shall be shut in the street, when the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and the daughters of music shall be brought low. Fifth, also when they shall be afraid of that which is high, and fears shall be in the way, and the almond tree shall flourish, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail, because man goeth to his long home, and the mourners go about the streets. Sixth, or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the cistern. Seventh, then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. You will notice, dear brothers and readers, that I especial call your attention to the first 7 verses, and here is a synoptical interpretation. First, remember now thy Sirli ator in tin, day.soltiiy youth, klq. This is tly time that we should learn to control our animal passional nature, as well as the desires of the animal man within us, for if we let, oiterdresserks master us in our youth, when temptation comes to us in manhood, we are then, by force of habit, unable to control ourselves, and the evil days are nigh when we gratify our every wish. But the time will come to every man when he will say truthfully, I have no pleasure in them, the lust and frivolities of life. Second, while the sun, or the ijsit, ictc. It is in the sunny days of our youth, or boyhood, and in the full radiance of divine potential generative force, when the moon, or female, tempts us before our eyes are darkened by age, that we should conquer self, then the dark clouds of evil deeds will never o'ershadow our decline. In years, for there will have been no rain, only joy and hope in a glorious future. Third, in the day when th2 key repersov the house, iltc. The keepers of the house are man's lower animal nature. Lower manas or the personal I/y, and his higher lego or effalier manas, the individuality. The lower manas includes the whole of the passional emotional desires and appetites, all its wants, such as sexual desire, hatred, love, pride, anger, etc. In fact, it is what goes to make our animal man, or as it is sometimes called, our animal soul. While the higher ego, or manas, that dwells and acts in us, is the other keeper of the hou.se. Now, between these two there is a continual battle being waged, for our lower manas, or lower nature, animal-like, is ever striving to gratify his evil desires, while our higher manas, array from the divinity, is